Welcome to the board meeting, folks. We will get underway in about 5 minutes.
Good. Good morning, folks. We're going to try to get started here in a minute. I know the weather's been a little bit of a challenge, and some people are maybe a little bit late getting in, but we do have a quorum, I believe, so we'll start here in just a few minutes. Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the day 2 of our Board of Trustees meeting, and in fact, our first in-person meeting, as I mentioned yesterday, in 2 years. And it's been great to see everybody here. And as I mentioned yesterday, but I'd do it again today because it's, I think, a tremendous piece of work that was done by everybody here, including students, faculty, administration, and Chancellor and his team, to lead us through 2 years of a very challenging time. And the board, I know the board feels very good about how we got through it, and congratulations to everyone for doing that. And it's great to be in person. I'm going to start by, I've got some language here I need to read about a few trustees who will be participating by technology. To confirm the trustees' attendance and to ensure the trustees are able to clearly hear and understand the proceedings and each other, the clerk will do a roll call for the members of the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Trustee Martin, are you by phone?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Trustee Cates.
Present by phone. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Trustee Rotundo.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Chair, we have 3 by phone and 9 present in the room. President Cerna, are you also on the phone?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. We're all set.
Good morning. Well, thank you. The meeting is being streamed by YouTube, and we ask that if you're speaking, to use the mic, and I got to remind myself to do that too, and speak clearly, because that will assist the captionists in recording our dialogue today. Thank you on that. I'll start with a few remarks. I already mentioned probably one of the more important ones, which is it's great to be on, hopefully on the backside of the pandemic, but it was great to see all the work that was done, and we appreciate all of that. We have several people today who will be in and out of our meeting, so don't take that as being not something that's people who are not interested in what you may be talking about, but we do have a consultant here who is interviewing a few folks, and we'll need to have people get up and leave at some point during the meeting. If you see someone do that, that's not because they're not interested in what's being discussed. It's just conflicted with their particular time. The first thing I'd like to touch on is citizens' comment, and we do have quite a few folks here today. I already spoke to them, but I'll just remind you all, when I call your name, please come up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes to make your statement, and there will be a timer that goes off. Hopefully it goes off well after you're done, but if it happens to happen while you're speaking, I will kindly ask you to wrap up your comments, and we'll move on to the next one. So the first person that we have for citizens' comment I have on the list here is Ryan O'Leary. Ryan, thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ryan O'Leary. I'm a sophomore social work major at UMO, as well as an active member of Divest UMS. So we understand that about 2 to 3% of your assets being exposed to fossil fuels is a small amount. But with that said, eliminating it could be a great bragging point for the University of Maine system as to its sustainability commitment. So in addition to the 3 working groups that we have with our student organization, we're actually also currently overseeing or currently working with Professor Tim Waring's Eco 381 class. So Eco 381 is a sustainable development principles and policy class at UMO. And in this class, students break off into small teams to assist local sustainability campaigns. And we actually have been working with this group this semester, and we have the privilege of having 3 working groups. So we have a reinvestment group, an alumni outreach group, and a staff and faculty network group establishing allyship with our campaign. And I'm saying this to say that we're overseeing and we're networking with a lot of students at the moment to look into ways to convince you all to collaborate on this effort. What you have here today is a small group of students representative of a much larger group of students so enthused about working with you all on divestment that we're establishing and deepening skill sets for pushing public policy. Per our mission statement, Divest UMS aims to encourage and work with the University of Maine on full fossil fuel divestment. Last Friday, we successfully held our 4th climate strike on the Mall, 3 in person, our first one in fall of 2020 having to be over Zoom. And we are in a larger plan of escalation in strategically raising a ruckus on campus, but this campaign doesn't have to come to that. We say that we want to work with you all because we want to hear what you have to say about our efforts, positive or negative. I'm sure we'll be making a plan to reach out to you all soon, and we hope that you'll be receptive in talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Leo Rubin.
Hello, my name is Leo Rubin. I'm a chemical engineering major and an active member of Divest UMS. You, as the Board of Trustees, have said time and time again that the ESG policy in place is sufficient, that there was a reduction in fossil fuel exposure from 6.5% in 2014 to 1.9% in 2021. This fact is true. However, this being exclusively caused by the ESG policy is incorrect. In 2015, there was a previous divestment campaign to divest from coal, which was successful. This caused a drop from 6.5% exposure to 2.9% exposure in just 1 year. The ESG was implemented in 2016. The remaining 1% drop was from the ESG policy. This is far less than what is being advertised, as this is just 1% over 5 years. This is less than what we deem as successful. We heartily await the day that the fossil fuel exposure reaches 0%. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tamara Benson.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. My name is Tamara Benson, and my future matters. I am a 3rd-year biology major with 2 minors in political science and English. And in case you didn't hear me the first time, my future matters. I am here on behalf of Divest UMS to urge you to work with us in creating a 5-year plan to divest all of the University of Maine system's assets from the fossil fuel industry. We are here because our futures matter. In the University of Maine's mission statement, I've read about how the university is committed to addressing the complex challenges and opportunities of the 21st century and the sustainable use of Maine's abundant natural resources and improving the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world, and promoting responsible stewardship of human, natural, and financial resources. And I can't help but wonder, how can investing in an industry that actively suppresses scientific evidence and has been proven by several fields of science to be extremely harmful to our planet be considered addressing complex challenges and opportunities of the 21st century? How can investing in an industry that is destroying the ecosystems we depend on every single day be considered sustainable use of Maine's abundant natural resources? How can investing in an industry that is disproportionately harming and exploiting marginalized communities and compromising the futures of every generation after yours be considered improving the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world? How can you claim to promote responsible stewardship of financial resources while $14.3 million worth of funds is still invested in an industry that is killing us? Our futures matter. And if you care about the futures of UMaine students as much as you claim to, we need you to prove it by committing to a divestment plan. You need to divest all of your assets from the fossil fuel industry. And stop hiding behind your insufficient ESG policy. We are trying to work with you on this. And believe me when I say it is in your best interest to work with us. We will not stop until you divest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Maxwell McDonough.
Good morning, Board of Trustees and other members in attendance. My name is Maxwell McDonough. I'm a first-year student and a Human Dimensions of Climate Change major. I'm testifying in support of fossil fuel divestment. As you heard earlier, last week, students here on campus went on school strike with students around the globe to demand fossil fuel divestment and climate justice. We are not alone in feeling this way. I'm sure almost all of you know about Greta Thunberg. Greta went on school strike because she believed that the Swedish government wasn't going to meet their emissions targets, and they haven't, because she felt, as many do today, what is the point of going to school if our futures are going to be destroyed by a broken planet? How should we be able to focus on our studies when our university is actively funding a destructive future? You are digging us a hole that our futures will be buried in 6 feet underground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zoe Pavlik.
Good morning. I'm a sophomore here at UMaine, and I've come to talk about the topic of fossil fuel divestment. Environmental issues are very important to me, and one of the reasons I chose to come to UMaine was the school's strong environmental science program. I'm now majoring in environmental science. In my classes every day, I learn about the environmental problems the world is facing, including, of course, climate change. I learn in my classes about the threats we're facing, such as sea level rise, extreme weather events, rising temperatures, and loss of biodiversity, and about the need for humanity to take action to combat these threats. However, I've noticed a discrepancy between what I'm learning in my classes and what the university is demonstrating through its policies. UMaine has acknowledged a commitment to fight the climate crisis, but policies and actions communicate much more powerfully than words. The university still has over $14 million invested in fossil fuels. These investments are not just a financial figure, but a statement. The continued investment in fossil fuels demonstrates support of an industry that is actively harming our futures. Words are empty without actions, and it's time for UMaine to back up its statements on the climate crisis by showing that it will no longer continue to support the fossil fuel industry. The ESG investment policy, while well-intentioned, has not yielded real-world results. Data shows that UMaine scores have continued to be below industry benchmarks even years after the policy was implemented. This policy is simply not effective enough, and if the Board of Trustees does not follow it up with more concrete action to make its investments more sustainable, it becomes another empty statement. Fossil fuel divestment is a growing movement, with colleges and universities around the country making the commitment to divest. If UMaine is to consider itself an environmentally conscious university, we should be on the forefront of this movement, not lagging behind. The time to make the commitment to fossil fuel divestment is now, and I urge the Board of Trustees to strongly consider taking this action against the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Devin Job.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Devin Job. I am a fourth-year forestry and wildlife ecology major here at the University of Maine. You all are playing a zero-sum game with our collective futures. Every dollar you invest in an industry that is slowly killing our planet is a dollar towards an unlivable future. Now it is all of our responsibility to do our parts in order to halt climate change before it's too late. I don't think it's fair that my part has to involve being here today to beg you all to do the right thing, because I never asked for any of this, and I'm too young to have done anything half a century ago when we should have acted. You shouldn't have to hear it from all of us that it's long past time to take some responsibility for the havoc that previous generations, yours included, have wrought with your continued support of fossil fuels. But I would rather it be me that has to do it. I'd rather it be me that wakes up some mornings wondering whether I'll live to see the collapse of civilization as we know it, if it means that maybe my children and all other future generations won't have to. The house is on fire, and every day we neglect to do something, the chances get a little bit higher that there won't be a house at all in the very near future. And that is why I'm here today urging you all to consider a plan to fully divest all assets from the fossil fuel industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Charles Cooper.
Good morning. I'll try to keep this short. My name is Charles Cooper. I'm a sophomore ecology and environmental sciences student here at UMaine. I'm here in support of fossil fuel divestment. As a representative of Divest UMS, I would like the board to be aware that we are developing a potential reinvestment plan in collaboration with the Eco 381 group we mentioned earlier. This reinvestment plan will seek to find analogous investments to replace the fossil fuel exposed assets within the board's fiduciary responsibility. And I simply ask that the board entertain this plan when it is complete in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaking will be Jessica Clary Renning.
Hello, I'm Jess. I'm a second-year marine science major here at the University of Maine. And before I talk about fossil fuel divestment, I just wanted to thank you guys for having us here today. And it's also really cool to be here and see you guys interact after 2 years remote. I saw a lot of first-time meetings today, and it was really cool to watch. Anyway, studying marine science and being in the honors college, I learned a lot about climate change and the negative effects on the environment. For example, increased fossil fuel emissions cause a decrease in pH in the ocean, making it more acidic. And that affects the shells of the shellfish, which is an industry and animals that Maine's economy heavily relies on. In the honors college, we read this book. It's called Drawdown, a comprehensive guide to mitigating climate change, where we learn all about different ways that we as individuals can help mitigate climate change, as it says in the name. My one question for you guys is, why is the university profiting off of the fossil fuel industry while we're simultaneously being taught as students from you guys that it's not good and that it is going to hurt our futures? Another thing I wanted to comment on is that I've heard a lot that 2% is minuscule and it doesn't matter, the 2% invested in fossil fuels. But what I wanted to say on that is that it's not your future that the 2% is affecting, it's ours. And if we think that it's not minuscule and that it matters, then that should be heard and listened to. Because like many of my fellow classmates have said, like, our future matters and this is what we care about. So we should be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Baloo Case.
Hello, I'm Belu Katz. I'm a second-year student at UMaine, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to make a case for fossil fuel divestment. As a student of ecology and environmental science, I am taught that our human actions impact the environment on every level. Thank you. If you look outside, you'll clearly see that there is a whole system of interconnected beings and forces who all work together to maintain the natural balance. As humans, we have managed to appear temporarily detached from that natural system, but it is not because we are more intelligent or more important than those other life forms. It is simply because we have stopped paying attention. We are still very much a part of the ecosystem, relying 100% on our natural environment, like using fossil fuels, for example. We are only emotionally detached. The difference is that people don't care how their actions affect the system anymore. If we keep doing what we're doing, one day soon we are going to dry out all our natural resources and slowly burn everything to the ground. My fellow peers and I are taking it upon ourselves to bring this issue to you because we recognize our responsibility to speak up for the animals and plants that cannot do so for themselves. As members of the Board of Trustees, you have a moral responsibility to UMaine students to ensure us a safe future and world to live in. You are supposed to be working on our behalf. Putting short-term money ahead of environmental protection is undeniably unsustainable and immoral. I would like to point out that as of February 2007, UMaine is a signatory of the Climate Leadership Commitments, which includes the Carbon Commitment. According to the UMaine Office of Sustainability website, quote, by signing the Carbon Commitment, UMaine agreed to develop a climate action plan to achieve carbon neutrality as soon as possible. Investing over $14 million in the industry, which is the #1 contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, is inherently going against the Carbon Commitment. And I am baffled that this hypocrisy has gone overlooked for 15 years now. Stop ignoring the facts. The fact is that burning fossil fuels is responsible for about 80% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is the major contributor to climate change. Human-caused climate change is happening. We cannot just overlook the damage we are actively causing on the earth. The fact is that the ESG policy is not enough. It's time for you to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Ben Hacker.
Good morning. My name is Ben and I'm a senior in forestry. I'm here because I love things. I love life, I love Earth, and I love the community that I care. I'm wearing orange in solidarity with my divestment community. Orange is the symbolizing color of divestment. We wear orange because we care about each other and we want to build a future that is safe for us to live in. Part of love is having a commitment to caring about the future and to protect what we love. To protect what I love, it is my responsibility to stand here and ask you to protect what I love by divesting the university's assets from fossil fuels. You have the power over the money that we have in fossil fuels. We have the power to stand here in community. So we are asking you to move forward with divestment and to make University of Maine one of many universities that has divested from fossil fuels, something that we can show very well as an environmental achievement. I urge you out of love for the community and the people you care about, whether it's the students of the University of Maine, the family members you have, the grandchildren, children, and people of the future, to enact the divestment policy now. If you do not, you're aiding in the destruction of a future, the destruction of what future we might have on this planet. And it is your duty as those responsible for our finances to remove the money that is aiding that destruction. If you choose not to act, be careful what you touch because the blood of the climate crisis stains red. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all the names that I had signed up, but is there anyone who didn't make the list that wants to speak up there? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I want you to, I'd like you to know that the board takes your comments very seriously. We have been discussing since you started raising this point to us and discussing where we should go, what we should be doing with our investment policy. And the investment committee, which is the committee of the board that actually controls our investment policy, has been working very hard on that. And I'm going to call upon Trustee Martin, who cannot be here today in person, but she is on the phone, who is the chair of our investment committee. I think she might have a statement to or an update to share with the board and to share with you folks while you're still here. So Trustee Martin, are you there?
I am. I'd be happy to speak of our progress, Chair Gardner.
Thank you, Trustee.
The investment committee continues its due diligence on expanding upon our current sustainable investment strategy. On February 9th, the investment committee had an education session to learn and share ideas on how best to accomplish this. This session was attended by 8 trustees, 3 system staff members, and our consultant. Since this session, the committee has had many divestment and ESG conversations, incorporating the suggestions from the education session, coupled with the guidance on sustainable investment opportunities from our consultants, all the while being mindful of our investment market limitations and keeping our fiduciary responsibility front and center. Hold on one second. It's our committee's expectation to hopefully have an investment statement at the May meeting. And I just want a side note. I'd like, thank you all for coming to comment today, but I do want to just add that our future does matter. Collectively, we sit around the table here as parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles. We do care. We're navigating a world that's very complicated right now, navigating a world which is starting to really feel the importance of climate change, and it's difficult. There's investment products are also evolving, and we're doing the best we can. We have to take this. We have to do our due diligence and make sure that we're making the right choices, and we hope to be able to communicate that with a statement at our next May meeting. So appreciate you coming out today and speaking on this topic. And I want to reiterate, all of our futures matter, and we're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martin, and thank you for coming today and sharing your thoughts. And we will continue to work your points and figure out what the best thing is that we can do for all. Thank you. Our next topic I would like to bring up is we do have some presidential searches underway. And I'm going to start with an update on the University of Maine Augusta presidential search. I'll turn it over to the search committee chairman, Trustee Bartholomew.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Gardner. And Jim, would you like to start? Why don't you go ahead? Okay, thanks. So I'm pleased to report that the University of Maine at Augusta Presidential Search Committee has completed its work. The committee assisted by Jim Serini of Storback Search, recommended 4 finalist candidates to the Chancellor after hosting campus visits. The 4 candidates visited the Augusta campus, the Bangor campus, and the Ellsworth Center. Each finalist held an open forum with faculty, students, and staff. These forums, were well attended. Each finalist also met with campus and system leadership, the UMA Board of Visitors, Bangor Advisory Committee, and alumni officers. Chancellor Malloy met with each candidate. Everyone who met with the candidates during campus visits was invited to provide feedback through our online survey. These visits added to the rich information about candidates that the committee gained through reviewing applications and conducting interviews. References and background checks were also completed. After the campus visits, the committee met with Chancellor Malloy to present the strengths and concerns about the candidates. The chancellors made a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. The board will be voting today to authorize the chancellor to conclude negotiations and execute a contract with the selected candidate. I would like to thank all members of the search committee for their work. It's a time-consuming process. All members of the search committee gave it their full attention and worked very collaboratively. Many members of the committee actively served as hosts and escorts for the campus visits. We also received excellent support from Sandy Sullivan in the system office, Joyce Blanchard, and Renee Sherman at UMA. I enthusiastically support the selected candidate and look forward to working with the next president of the University of Maine at Augusta. And I'll turn it over to Jim.
Sure, thanks Trustee Bartholomew and Chair Gardner. There is, as Trustee Bartholomew said, a public action item for the board to vote on today. And that is to authorize the chancellor to negotiate and execute a contract with the selected candidate. I want to be fully transparent. There's a reason why we do it this way without naming someone at this point, because we can't be 100% sure that the negotiations will be successful. We assume as much, we expect as much, but nonetheless, for the integrity of finalizing and completing the search and the confidentiality of the final candidates. Obviously, they were here on campus, but the confidentiality of the selection before we have a contract negotiated and signed is the reason we present it to the board in this fashion. We do anticipate, as I said, we fully expect to have a successful contract with your authorization. And we are tentatively looking ahead for a campus announcement on April 7th. But just wanted to explain and be fully transparent about why we ask you to authorize the contract without actually naming who we expect to be the next president of the University of Maine at Augusta.
Thank you. I'll read the text of the proposed resolution and then call for a motion to move it. That the Board of Trustees authorizes Chancellor Malloy to conclude negotiations and execute a contract with a selected candidate to be the next president of the University of Maine at Augusta.
So
Moved by. Seconded by Trustee Ames.
Sure.
Oh, was it?
It was definitely both of us.
Okay. Thank you.
I tend to be.
All righty, and I got to remind myself we're not on Zoom, so all those in favor, say aye, please.
Chair, I'll have to do the folks on the phone first.
Oh, sorry, we're going to do the folks on the phone.
And I believe the second.
Aye.
Dobson. Second, right? Yeah, okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Hold on. Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Tate,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
Now, all those in favor here and present, say aye, please.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? You got it. We're a little rusty here. We'll get it sorted out. The next topic is also on the university search committee. This one is for the University of Southern Maine presidential search, and I'm going to turn to Trustee Erlin and ask for an update.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Good morning, everyone. Just a brief report on the progress that we're making with the University of Southern Maine presidential search. The USM presidential search committee is making excellent progress in meeting its charge, close on the heels of the University of Maine at Augusta search committee. Assisted by Catherine Haley and Virginia Horvath of Academic Search, the committee has reviewed a strong pool of applicants and recommended 4 finalists to Chancellor Malloy. The Chancellor has considered the information the committee has provided, and he has approved the candidates. 2 of the 4 visited USM last week. The 3rd will visit USM next week, and the 4th the following week. Campus visits will include tours, open forums for faculty, students, and staff. Candidates will also meet with the Chancellor, campus and system leadership, as well as community partners, such as the Board of Visitors, Foundation Board, and Alumni Engagement Council. All who participate in the campus visits are encouraged to complete an online survey, providing their comments for the committee's consideration. We anticipate being ready to report our list of candidates with an assessment of strengths and weaknesses or concerns to Chancellor Malloy by mid-April. Search committee has worked hard to identify the candidates who best fit the needs of USM at this time and in the coming years. After reviewing all applicants and conducting preliminary interviews, we believe we have identified strong candidates. We look forward to completing the process of presenting them to the USM community over the next 2 weeks and receiving input from all constituents who interact with them. I would like to thank all the committee members for their dedication to this important responsibility and also acknowledge the excellent support we have received from the search consultants, from Sandy Sullivan in the system office, and from USM staff Steve Gregory, Julia Haltoff, and Diane Knoop. Finally, I would like to thank Tracy Bigney, whose support for this effort has been indispensable.
Thank you, Trustee Ron. Next, I want to mention that we're going to establish, this is the board meeting where we establish the annual nominating committee for an upcoming year to select the chair and the vice chair for the board. This year, fortunate, we've got three very well-qualified trustees who will work on this nominating committee. It will be Trustee McMahon who will chair it, Trustee Michoud, and Trustee Eames. So the three of them will be our nominating committee, and they will report back at their recommendations and their results in May. So thank you very much. I'll turn it to Trustee McMahon if you have anything that you'd like to say.
Just if any trustee is interested in the offices that are being elected, please let me know either directly or through the system office.
Thank you. And their first meeting will be what, April 6th, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We do have two outgoing graduate student representatives that we'd like to acknowledge as the board. The first one that I'd like to acknowledge is David Ballard, who is here today. Hi, David. And David is University of Maine System Board of Trustee. We have a certificate here to present to you, and if you'd come up, David, I'll give it to you, but I'd like to read it. It says, University of Maine Board of Trustees presents to David Ballard a certificate of appreciation for his dedication and leadership as a student representative to the Board of Trustees from the University of Maine at Farmington. The other student is not here, but we will make sure that he gets this certificate, and it is the University of Maine System Board of Trustees presents to Eli Rubin a certificate of appreciation for his dedication and leadership as a graduate student representative to the Board of Trustees from the University of Southern Maine. So we'll make sure he gets that, President Cummings. A couple of other announcements that I'd like to make. I'm checking to make sure here I haven't skipped. You may notice that Trustee Doak is not here with us today. Trustee Doak has found that he has a full-time job managing two large school districts up in northern Maine, and he's up for his second 5-year term. And after reflection, and he and I talked about it, he's decided that he needs to stay focused on that, and he's not going to be up for nomination for his second term, which we'll miss him. And Tim has been a terrific board member, and it's going to be a big shoes to fill. We will recognize his service at the May board meeting when we have the May board meeting. There are also some trustees that will be coming off from their 10-year term limits, and that will be myself and Trustee Irwin. And the governor has nominated both for Trustee Doak's vacancy and for the vacancy that will come up with Trustee Erling and Trustee myself coming off. We have Donna Loring and Barbara Alexander. They will be testifying at the committee, Education Committee on March 30th at 9:30. And that is for replacement for Trustee Erling and myself. And then Pat Flood will be on April 6th at 9:30 testifying, and that is for Trustee Doak's position. So those three folks will be making their presentations to the state legislative body in March and April. So in May, we could have the three new trustees here with us. Hopefully that will be the case. And that's all I have at this point on my remarks. I'm going to turn it now to the chancellor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It again is a great pleasure to be with everyone in person. We are very happy to have been able to accommodate this meeting in a safe way. Obviously, the board is well aware of our ongoing efforts to combat the COVID disease, and I'm very proud of what has been accomplished at each of our universities and as the system as a whole with respect to minimizing to the greatest extent possible the infection rate. As of last week, with approximately 3,300 tests having been administered, we had a positivity rate of 1.1% or thereabouts, which is continues to be substantially below the rate being experienced in Maine as a whole. We're very proud of that, with the knowledge that we were doing very well with respect to our rate of infection and with acknowledgement of the federal report on the state of Maine. It was decided to start easing some restrictions that are currently in place or had been in place. And we did that Friday evening, effective Saturday, and we continue to operate under strict rules, but they are slightly different than they had been previously, and want the board to understand that. We always advise that if things change, and certainly if the COVID experience has shown anything, it's the ability to change rather rapidly. We reserve the right to put back into effect other regulations that we have now slightly eased. I would also say that we are extremely thankful to the staff, the faculty, the students, and even our visitors on campus who have been immensely compliant with the regulations as they were made aware of. And again, I also want to thank really the team that I work with, the vice chancellors and others, the presidents and others, and one outstanding individual, Chip Gavin, who will be leaving our employ in the not too distant future, but has done an unbelievable job. Since he's done such a good job, even though he's leaving, I told him he could keep the sailboat that we gave him, marking our first initial experience with the disease. So please join me in thanking Chip and, quite frankly, everyone in the system who's worked so hard. Suffice it to say that we are in that portion of our yearly process reviewing budgets. As you know, this is a 12-month process, but we are moving in the direction of being able to adopt actual budgets for each of our universities. I want to thank and single out Ryan and his team for the outstanding job they've done in helping our universities prepare those budgets and to understand the significance of those budgets going forward. Very much appreciate the work, and obviously those final budgets will eventually come before the board at the May meeting, and thank all of them, and again the presidents and provosts and skilled other individuals working on those budgets on each of the campuses. We've been busy in other ways. Obviously, two searches underway, one of which you have just authorized us to fill, and one hopefully that will have a recommendation in the not too distant future. And a third vacancy at Farmington, which we have had meetings with faculty and we'll meet with them again during our visit, my visit to their campus. A number of people have been recognized working on that search. I want to express my appreciation for all, particularly the chairs of the two committees and those committees themselves that have done so much work to make sure that we have great candidates for these positions that are open. And I have said previously, will say again today, that the most likely outcome, because of how late we became aware of the vacancy that would occur at Farmington, we are looking at an interim candidate for a presidency there, and I'll have more to report to the boards in the not too distant future. But again, thank you to all engaged in that process. And then finally, what I would say is we remain, as we have over most of the last 2.5 years, clearly focused on doing a lot of things all at the same time. And I think we've proven our capability of doing just that. Not only do we have 3 vacancies that we're filling, for instance, but we are thinking about the long-term financial health of the system. We have COVID experience to worry about, but we are keenly focused on our infrastructure within the system and how to build that for the students of the future and to make our system more competitive. We are keenly aware of academic programs shifting and the desires of students to participate in different academic programs, and that work is clearly underway. Unified accreditation is now our method of accreditation through NETRI, and we are clearly working and continue to work on implementation of that program. As one of those steps, we also continue to work, and you'll hear, I believe, later today, on the work on unified accreditation, but also on a unified catalog as a tool of implementation for the future. Lots of work going on. Always happy to be in touch with our trustees, and please call me at any time. I would also say that our work at the law school and the MBA program and a new outpost, if you will, in downtown Portland is now under reconstruction for that purpose. And we're very proud of that experience as well. With that, I would like to call on Loretta Shields to give a status report on our comprehensive review of personnel policies, which is currently underway. This is not an easy job. These policies have not been reviewed perhaps as often as they should have. We are well behind where we should be with respect to meeting national standards. But this practice of review is in good hands. I will also tell you that the presidents and other members of of my council are actively at work in looking at how we make our employment in our system more attractive to a larger and more broad group of people. With that, I turn it over to Loretta.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good morning, everyone. In the Human Resource Division we're committed to being a business partner with all of our campuses and making sure that we're providing the best possible service to all of our campuses, making sure we're in line with the campus mission and vision, as well as making sure we're consistent in our practices and our policies. Currently, the HR team is conducting a review of all of our HR policies and procedures and making sure that we are providing our services in the best possible way of being effective and efficient. As the Chancellor had mentioned, one of the processes that I've actually have started working on is reviewing our hiring process. We are working on developing a talent acquisition division that will be system-wide, where we will share our advertising expenses, as well as being able to share the applicant flow as well. So if there is a candidate that has skill sets and one of our campuses, but maybe we don't have an opening at that campus, we could pass their information on to the other campus for possibilities of bringing them on board. And with our implementing our new hiring process, we will also make sure that we're working to develop our DEI initiative and making sure that we have a diverse pool of applicants as we go through the hiring process. The goal is always to hire high-performing individuals to actually help to contribute to the success of the organization. We'll be rolling out with our talent acquisition starting next month with a trial run at our USM campus in Southern Maine. And then we'll slowly be rolling out to all the other campuses. Any questions? Any questions, comments?
Thank you. Thank you for that. The question I have is the hiring and all of the HR work it's so important that it's consistent, of course, across the campuses like you're talking about. It's also important from the perspective of being able to pick up the phone and call somebody when you have an HR question as a supervisor or manager. I remember dealing with that when I worked here on this campus. And how do you balance the sort of the need for system-wide efficiency and consistency with also the campus need to feel like somebody knows what's going on that campus? Like that sort of, I mean, I remember I used to know who we would call, right? It was a human being that we knew their name on the other end of the line when we would have a question about how to handle something with hiring or with personnel when I worked here. And how do you maintain that sort of personal side, trust in it at the same time as you build out these standardizations?
Well, for one, by establishing standard operating procedures that each HR partner is apprised of, so that we're being consistent, so that when you're calling around, you're not getting mixed messages. One person tells you something else. So ensuring that everyone understands what our policies and procedures are, and making sure that everyone knows what the policies and procedures are, and being consistent when they're responding to your questions. And we have a listing of all of our campus partners so that everyone can know who they need to contact if you're contacting someone for benefits, or if you're looking for someone from compensation. We have all of our employees' information, contact information listed on our websites. And like I said, basically I meet with my LT team, which is our leadership team. As a matter of fact, they're meeting now every Monday to make sure that we're going through any issues and policies and procedures to make sure that we're all on board and understand any updates that need to be made.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Loretta?
Thank you very much, Loretta. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ryan for a brief update on intergovernmental affairs.
Excellent. Thank you, Chancellor. So just a couple of highlights. The chair did mention the 3 trustee nominations. I'm very excited about that. Some great candidates. And just as a side note, I had a chance I was Donald Loring's legislative aide 24 years ago, I think it was. And Pat Flood was one of my favorite people on the planet, was my representative senator for a number of years. So very excited about those nominations from the governor. Just want to touch on 3 really quick pieces of budget that are working their way through. We've talked a little bit about with FFT and with this committee, but 3 pieces of the governor's budget and change package that impact the university that we're very excited about. The first one, and it was just voted in by the committee earlier, or I guess late last week, is a $7.5 million a year debt service appropriation to the system that will, over the course of the 10 years, we'll get that appropriation will allow us to net about $68 million in infrastructure projects across the system on top of the various other proposals that have been coming to FFT. So very, very excited about that. The nice thing about those debt service initiatives is that they continue to be part of our base. So 10 years from now, I hope to be sitting right here and telling you what we're going to do with the next 7.5 million a year. We also have about 7.5 million of debt service that we currently receive that will be rolling off over the next 5 to 6 years that will also become available. So we love those gifts that keep on giving, and very excited for that initiative from the governor. The governor has also included in our budget a one-time appropriation of about $8 million that will allow us to freeze in-state undergraduate tuition in for the 2023 budget. So very excited about that. It'll be the 7th or 8th time we froze tuition over the course of the last, say 10 to 12 years. The timing is great. The challenge, it will create a little bit of a challenge in 2024 when that one-time appropriation goes away, and we've still got expenses that are increasing. So we'll have to work closely with the governor in next year's biennial budget, but certainly appreciate that support. And then finally, I'll defer to Joan if she would like to add anything, but very excited about the governor has included a $3 million appropriation for the Maine Economic Improvement Fund in her budget. It'll be the first increase, assuming it goes through, in at least 5 or 6 budget years. Clearly, no coincidence on the timing. All of the great news coming out of the University of Maine and all of the great work, quite frankly, that all of our campuses are doing on the research side. So very excited about that. Look forward to talking about that with the legislature over the next few weeks, and hope that will be part of the final package as well. Anything you wanted to add about that, Christian?
I would just echo the thanks to everyone who's been a part for many, many decades, really, of keeping attention on the MEIF and its relevance for the state, the impact it makes for research and development in our state and eventually on our economy. So the chance to have an increase there is very welcome, and we're very grateful for that person.
So a number of other pieces of legislation working their way through. Look for the legislature ideally to adjourn in the next over the course of the next month or so. So lots of things going on in Augusta, and we're certainly well represented there by Sam Warren.
Sam was with us yesterday and was here this morning. She might be in the review process. No, she's gone back. She's sentenced to the legislature. Okay. So I do want to acknowledge Sam's good work. I've had the opportunity to spend some more time with her this past semester and have great appreciation for the work that she's doing.
I think she's in the hallway. It sounds like she's on.
Thank you, Sam.
We'll tell her we said nice things.
All right. With that, Chair, that concludes our report.
All right. Thank you, Chancellor. Next on our agenda is, we look forward to this at every board meeting, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Placebo is going to cover, we got a faculty spotlight, spring enrollment update, and an early college presentation.
Yes, sir. And to start us off, Carolyn is going to introduce our faculty member.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce our faculty spotlight this morning. The presentations allow us the opportunity to hear about all of the great work that the faculty are doing across the system and how students are involved in that work, how they benefit from that work, and again, how it's part of that student success story that we talked about yesterday in our conversation and continue to talk about across the system. It's that engagement and involvement in work with the faculty that really do give students a purpose and the relevancy of what it is that they're learning in the classroom. So today I am really pleased to introduce Dr. Zhu-Young Shim. She is the Assistant Professor of Biology from the University of Maine at Augusta. She is going to talk today about some new course development. Also, that would include the development of some HyFlex and virtual courseware that she uses in her laboratory courses, and also about some student involvement in her research. So I don't believe that we're going to use the PowerPoint today, perhaps I'm wrong, but it is in your packet and you can follow along with what it is that she's presenting today. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Shim.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored and happy to be here to share some of my stories and experience at UMA. So I could use the PowerPoint, but I think everyone has the packet. So I put some of my bio in the presentation just to give you some idea why I passionate about some of the aspect of student teaching and their learning. So I am originally from Korea, Seoul, Korea, where 13 million people are there, to move to Presque Isle, Maine, where I don't know how many populations. So my husband and I, we actually lived there for 6.5 years. We grew our really love for Maine people and the nature. But at the same time, we both had experience as an immigrant where there are not many Korean community or the community to support for the immigrants. So there are a lot of challenges, not only the cultural and language, but even though, again, the harsh nature, the weather of up there, there are a lot of things that we learned to immerse to a new environment as an outsider. Again, the big city to a small county. I can tell you a whole reason, probably another hour, why we picked the place to move to Presque Isle, but one of the reasons was we wanted to be in a place where there's no Korean community, so we can immerse ourselves to pick up the language and learn really American culture and the interaction with people there, which was very successful. Then actually we moved to Central Maine area where I went to Bates College. So that was my second bachelor's degree in completely different discipline, because my first degree in Seoul, Korea was in education and secondary education. I was teacher, English teacher at middle school. So because I was always passion for teaching K-12 setting and K-12 education, which I still have a very special heart for the teachers in that area. So, but the Bates College, which is a small liberal arts, 99% of students are traditional students. And I was only one non-traditional student or adult learner that I experienced in my learning process as a non-traditional student with a full-time family obligation with a small child. So that really put me in the shoes and experience as a learner to be in different from traditional learners. And then then we moved back to Eastern Maine. So we've been everywhere except Southern Maine. Then I had opportunity work as the research associate or technicians to gain my experience to mentor various types of students and student bodies in their research experience. Because as a lab manager, I was helping with postdocs and graduate students, but also volunteers from middle school and high schoolers, and try to organize and have a project for in their needs in different levels. And then I got my PhD at UMO in toxicology discipline because I was always always interested in environmental protection and the chemicals that we are using everyday life. In Dr. Goss' lab that I got PhD, she was working on the chemicals that are found in our daily consumer products or the environment that we are breathing in, or the water that we are drinking. So with that toxicological the training, I branch out my research experience during my postdoc at MDIBL, studying aging. My mentor, Dr. Rogers, was specializing the aging studies in dietary restrictions, or something that we can apply, easily. The research he was doing was very fascinating, and something that also I was trying to apply my background in toxicology into the aging studies to see if we can really promote the healthy aging. So that was brief on my bio. Then with all of that fortunate experience in which the training, I came to UMA in 2019, where I think I was able to really explore what I would like to do, accommodating into my teaching and research. So in terms of teaching, there are 4 courses that I listed. Those are the major courses I'm teaching at currently UMA. And because of not only just the pandemic, a lot of effort put it into to improve the anatomy and physiology course with laboratory. So before even COVID, I was trying to find a way to really encourage the students who were not really able to take the courses with laboratory in-person settings. So as you might guess, many of my students at AMP courses are trying to get into the nursing program in a lot of healthcare professions, such as pre-nursing and veterinary program, or like the hygiene, dental hygiene programs. But at the same time, a lot of them are working full-time they have family obligation. As you might know, UMA student body has a higher number of adult learners. They're from a lot of veterans. Family obligations are a big thing, and they're working also in clinical settings as a CNA or the medical assistants. There are 3 shifts. They are working overnight and coming to the lab in the morning after working 7 and 8 hours. And they're even during the in-person laboratory teaching, a lot of students had to be, I had to make a lot of makeup labs because of their the challenges they have had to overcome. So because of the COVID, but also I just see that there might be, it's a kind of imperative maybe to develop the online-based or more remote-based laboratory course. So this big curveball was thrown in March 2020, really pushed me to look into that option. So AMP lab is a little different than other science lab. Is that because we are looking at the laboratory activities are very intense in spatial reasoning and a lot of kinesthetic learnings. You are looking at 3D model. Our human body is 3D. So it is also undeniable that in-person, like hands-on activity, including dissections, are really beneficial for students learning. So what I have been implementing to UMA students and getting positive feedback is to develop this HyFlex and hybrid course. So first, what I did, identify which of the lab activities can be delivered online. So once the activities were identified, I was looking for any accessibility to softwares or looking for any virtual lab options can be replaced or as rigorous as in-person activity. So for now, like this semester, there are 4 in-person mandatory laboratories that the student has to come to the campus, which they do the red dissections. They use the skeletal model and muscle models to explore those the activities in depth. But the rest of the labs, I make a kind of house lab kit that students can pick up from the first mandatory activities, which they can do at home with my instructions, such as simple, like a kidney dissection or heart dissections. So those are not kind of a low risk activity, but something that can be done using virtual simulation in my guidance. So a lot of activities can be done at home in their pace, but the critical activities are done at the laboratory settings, such as required microscope or dissecting brain or eyes, things like that. So far, I've gotten very positive students' feedback. We did not lose this rigorous of in-person activity, but also students like the idea that they can work on their pace with my instruction. So the other piece is online course. I developed biochemistry as an online course, which I was able to offer students who wants to go to postgraduate training, such as grad school or medical school, which is one of the essential course. So by offering this as an online, using also laboratory simulation program called Labster, really enhanced student activity, and they were able to take it online. And in fact, I usually get about 30% students outside of UMS system. I get students from all 7 campuses, and also like Colby, Bates, and colleague, the Bowdoin students taking my course who wants to probably advance to the postgraduate education. But also biology of aging offering in the undergrad is new as far as I know, because I have passion for aging study, but this kind of, we do have center on aging in UMS system, but their focus has been more on the sociological aspect rather than the primary science itself on aging. So I'd like to offer to students, again, many of my students will be working in the healthcare settings with interacting with elderly patients or senior citizens. And I think it's very important to understand really basic fundamental biology of aging to really help the patients in their future career. So that was done in online with focus on more of the hallmarks of aging, but at the same time, how we can combat the diseases associated with aging and also promote healthier aging, explaining in more like a biological terms. Was a very, very success, and I am happy to say that I'm offering this next semester again. And this also has been very success that I get enrollment from outside of UMaine system as well. Okay, so just then looking into my research experience. So the first of all, UMA is just the right place for me that I can engage students through teaching, but also small laboratory, the research settings that I can really do one-to-one interactions. So I got the support from internal UMA system, applying for those 2 funds from the presidential grant, which helped me to set up the lab. And because we are a smaller size of in research compared to such as UMO, my goal is to try to develop the bioassay using simple animals such as planaria or C. elegans to assess the toxicants that are found and relevant to Maine environment. So right now I'm working with a faculty at MDIBL to develop an assay to assess the arsenic toxicity that are found in our drinking water, particularly in well water. And the Maine has a very high dependency on the private well water system, more than 75%. And the arsenic has been a serious problem, which can leach into their drinking water because of the geological structure, that leaching from the granite, and also from the sites that was sprayed with pesticides, like around the orchard. So it's very concerning in the emerging toxicants. And we were able to develop the simple assay and getting the samples from the MDIBL using the program that the collecting, actually going to their residence and collecting the well water, testing arsenic toxicity and testing on using bioassay that we are developing with students. So far, this semester, I have 5 research students working on this project using planaria in spite of all this COVID, because this kind of assay can be simple and they can actually bring it to their home and do some of the assays in their home settings as well. And these works will be presented in the conferences actually happening in this Thursday in the Augusta Civic Center and Water Conference, and as well as 2 more conferences that we presented. I'm very proud of these students, with all the challenges in this pandemic, and be able to do the research with me. And so finally, I want to acknowledge the support that I have getting not only from UMA, from the UMA system, through the programs such as Research Academy and Research Affiliates. There are a lot of supports I got from the ORD, the Office of Research and Development, and they really have been promoting, I've been involved in 2 years now, to collaborate the faculty in research, not only in the same discipline, but the different disciplines. So I am getting a lot of ideas from the different disciplines, see if we can find the collaboration, and they've been helping with identify the grant that we can apply, also helping with the grant writing itself. So I'd really like to just acknowledge that, but also I'd like to share this, that the UMA and UMS are the 2 campuses that are not in the IMBRI system. Not sure you are familiar with IMBRI system. It's the IDEA network of biomedical excellency. This is consortium with all the campuses in UMS except UMA and UMS, in Corby Bates, Bowdoin, UNE, and like SMCC, MMCRI, Jackson Lab, and the IDEA. So our students from UMA, they kind of fell in, through the cracks, that they just never had this experience and opportunity to do the research within this network. So what I am really pushing is that I was fortunate enough to teach this course, not in IMBRI course, at MDIBL during my postdoc called Bridging Discipline. And the purpose is to really develop the workforce that fitted into 21st century biomedical research. It was funded by the private donor, but I am still at the course faculty to design the course for undergrad research who didn't get the benefit of IMBRI. So this course is offered during the March break for a week-long course, immersed into all the biomedical research right at the MDIBL sites. And it's usually offered the March break. So students that I've been getting, they sacrifice their March break to be in the research environment. And they told me that they feel like they're in the Disney World to do all the research they like to do, because they have state-of-art equipment. They have the core facilities that lacking in small campus like UMA. So I usually have course that encompasses different discipline as well. We focus on aspect of communication, focus on how you can do the data as a develop into, say, drug discovery or be having an entrepreneur mindset, but also we offer things that can use their core facilities, such as like a $2 million microscope they never could dream to use, but we were able to, image a fantastic image of, say, muscle dystrophy with aging last semester. So I am going to push this course to be more sustainable. So I'm applying for, I saw that in your packet, there's a coming funding called Tri-States, Talent Research Innovate States, the funding that I think from the COVID, but me and the faculty in UMS faculty try to find the sources to sustain this kind of course, maybe offer not only just the March break, maybe multiple times, trying to engage with maybe outside of the UMaine system, such as the main state, like the CDC and DUP, to provide internship opportunities as well. So that's something I'm very passionate about my research, being a UMA faculty. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Any questions or comments for the doctor?
First of all, I know the weather's not warm and welcoming in Presque Isle, but I know the people are, so I think you picked a great spot to start. And it's about between 9,000 and 10,000 people. You were asking that earlier.
Okay.
So a little smaller than where you came from.
Yeah.
Really appreciated your presentation today. It was very interesting, and your passion, I'm sure, for the topic and the research. If the students are enthusiastic, it starts with a great professor. So thank you for the presentation. I wrote a bunch of notes of things to follow up on, and really appreciate it. I didn't have any particular questions, but I did want to thank you for a really interesting and engaging presentation. And your immersion is incredible. Yeah, really, really fantastic.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the number, the answers. It's there.
I think Trustee Kane.
Thank you. I thought this was a great presentation, and I sort of wish you'd been my teacher for these kinds of sciencey things. Maybe I would have gone into science. But my question for you is, the headlines have been all about the forever chemicals in Maine and in the agricultural community. And are you engaging your students in all that? I imagine many of them, just in the central part of the state, come from communities that are facing challenges and questions of forever chemicals. And do you see that as something you may be engaging in your work going forward?
Yes, thank you.
We need all the help we can get to figure it out.
Thank you for asking. So the RC project has been going really well, but also you might have heard PFAS is another emergent chemicals. Yes, that's on my list. And again, through that research academy, I actually came across a faculty from UMO who has been studying endangered turtle species. But he found that the site was announced from the DEP that was heavily contaminated with PFAS. So now he's wondering all the data that he collected from the turtle, the data might be affected by the PFAS. So he and I are actually brainstorming, see if we can do something about that, do some toxicological studies, marrying those, the conservation biology with toxicology.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Joe. Good to see familiar face.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. So let me just, thank you so much for that. And I think you can see that our best and brightest are really kind of helping the university move forward in our efforts to promote undergraduate research. And when you look at COVID and all the challenges and stuff, what it did though is it provided mechanisms for more opportunities for students, not just for online students in general, but also distance students. And so when we can combine those with the great faculty we have, more people can start to explore these areas, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you.
We all are. It's very, very good and very, Yes, go ahead, President Thune.
Professor Shim, I just want to congratulate you on a wonderful talk and what a great trajectory of work and continuing to address really meaningful problems. And I know you gave us a brief and modest summary of some of the publication and grant work, but I'd like to follow up and find out more about particularly what you're doing in instruction and whether you've been able to write about that and get that word out. Because it's just a very, very impressive program of work in teaching and in research and in the integration of both. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we've been communicating back and forth about the presentation, but I didn't ever tell you that I'm from Presque Isle. Close, actually a few miles away, Fort Fairfield. So as part of my role in the VCAA's office, I work closely with the early college program. And as we all know, introducing high school students to the college experience early helps to build their confidence and also helps them with their college preparedness. So University of Maine system is extremely lucky to have Amy Hubbard leading the way with our early college work. And she had agreed to meet with us today to give a bit of an update on the enrollment, but also to talk about the focus of early college for the upcoming year. And it was my misunderstanding that we were not Zooming in presenters today. So she was all ready to Zoom in when I realized that that wasn't going to be happening. So we've quickly pivoted. Thanks so much to Heather, who has agreed to run the slides. I believe Amy's on the phone. So we will work with that through the presentation, and Amy can just let Heather know when it's time to advance. So please join me in welcoming Executive Director of Early College, Amy Hubbard.
Thank you, Carolyn. I thank you for the opportunity to share some updates in the work that we're doing with the early college program. Heather, I'm going to skip, if you could skip to the slide that's enrollment in early college. There is a slide in there that just has some definitions that I always like to include. So those are available, but many of you have seen those before. So I'm just going to jump to the enrollment slide to give you an update on the enrollment for the past year. So this summarizes last year's data, and you can see that the early college program continues to grow due to funding challenges. We really haven't been advertising. We really scaled back on our advertising, but despite that, the word is out. So we had almost 5,000 students last year, and what you're looking at is the unduplicated head count. What's really exciting is if you look at the duplicated head count, that number adds about 1,000, which means about 1,000 of our students that participated are taking courses at multiple institutions. Prior to that, we maybe had 100 or 200 students. The prior year was 500. So the collaborative efforts of our campuses are really opening up that opportunity for our students, no matter where they're located, to explore all of the different options that we have at all of our campuses. Heather, if you could move to the enrollment in college following high school graduation slide. This is really exciting. Despite the COVID pandemic, you can see the solid black line shows the matriculation rates of all Maine high school students who enrolled anywhere. So you can see for 2021, due to COVID, that number dropped precipitously to 54%. But if you look at the early college numbers, those in the light blue, almost 70% of students who took early college classes did matriculate. So we continue to show that the early college program does have an impact on our matriculation rates. And we continue to be able to show about 20% of all Maine high school grads, in 19.4%, enroll in the University of Maine system. But if they have early college, then you can see that number is closer to 31%. So students having exposure to our early college classes does continue to have an impact on our matriculation rates, despite the impacts of the pandemic. Heather, if you could go to the next slide. I just wanted to share some brief highlights of each of our campus programs. So we all work together collaboratively, but each campus has maintained a niche. So UMA will be launching the Flight Academy this summer. That's a project that has been on hold, but students will be staying in the Brunswick facility, taking some flight classes, and that is being sponsored by the early college program. So we're really excited to finally get that off the ground. UMS has made a dedicated effort with a new dedicated early college director and an early college office and some online courses due to the pandemic. And you can see that their enrollment has grown significantly. So it really does show that when we dedicate resources and staffing to the program, we can increase. And so we appreciate Farmington's initiatives in improving the early college program. Fort Kent continues to have statewide outreach. They have a project login, which is a computer science course. One of the courses is Introduction to 3D Printing, and students receive a 3D printer. So that's an exciting program. UMPI has really focused on the relationships with the high school counselors and teachers. So the early college team there goes to different high schools, visits with the counselors. They're also looking at a program to improve teacher credentialing. So having a cohort of teachers interested in becoming credentialed to teach courses at their high school. Machias was the pioneer in career exploration pathways, and their late start courses were really significant in the pandemic. So sometimes high schools just aren't ready to enroll their students in line with our start date. But having those late start courses has made a big difference, and you can see Machias has grown significantly. UMaine has 3 main summer programs that we're highlighting: the Cohen Leadership Institute, a STEM research course, which is being offered at 3 locations, and a 10-day outdoor leadership program at Bryant Pond at the 4-H center there. And then USM has also dedicated staffing, have a dedicated early college office, very diverse array of online opportunities, and really strong statewide outreach, particularly in math, history, and Spanish, with some dedicated faculty working in those areas. If you could go to the next slide, Heather, we're going to talk about collaboration and data sharing with the Maine Community College system. So this is something that we're really excited about, the first data sharing agreement between the University of Maine system and the Maine Community College system, and that enabled us to have the first and only uniform shared application system between a university system and a community college system. We're the first and only in the nation, and we're really, really proud of that. And as I mentioned, the collaboration between the institutions within the system, this system has allowed us to collaborate with the community colleges so that school counselors, you can see all of the activity of their students regardless of which institution they're enrolled in. So this can really help with advising, credit tracking. It's also easier for our students and parents to see what opportunities are available. So if you look to the slide to the right, you can see that students can switch back and forth between courses at Maine's public universities and Maine's community colleges to apply for classes. So we're really excited about that. And that partnership continues to develop with some other initiatives that we're working on with the community college system. The next slide, Heather, please. So the other thing that we have been working on in collaboration again with the community college system, and we've also strengthened our partnership with the Department of Education, we applied for a grant being offered through the College and High School Alliance to have an equity study done. The grant was very competitive, and we initially did not receive it, but the College and High School Alliance reached out to us because Complete College America wanted to work with a New England state that was ready to really dive into the issues of equity and access in our programming. Since we have such strong outcomes, we really wanted to take it to that next level. And so we eagerly agreed, as I mentioned, within partnerships with the community college system and the DOE. So we had a focus group. We had meetings with a diverse group of stakeholders. We did have high school administrators, district administrators. We had a legislator who stood in as a listener. We had counselors, teachers, faculty members, early college administrators from both systems. We had folks in education leadership groups in the state. And basically, we talked about all of the perceptions and all of the issues. We analyzed the policy related to equity and looked at the statute and really came up with some recommendations for next steps. The draft of that report just was sent to me this morning. So I'll be working with my colleagues to give feedback on that draft report. And as soon as that is released, we will be releasing it to all of you publicly, and it will be available on our early college website. So the idea is that to really focus on, we know who we're serving, but we really need to focus on the students that we're not serving so that we can make sure that these outcomes are realized by all of our students that need these programs the most. And then the next slide, we talked about the strategic plan. So we also worked on a strategic plan with all stakeholders in the University of Maine system that are involved. So we again brought together diverse groups of people to have a role in designing our goals for the next 5 years. We were previously focused on enrollment, and as you saw, we reached that goal and we realized it was time to step back and really think about what our priorities were for the next 5 years. So we determined to establish the role of early college. One of the things that we're excited about is as the University of Maine system moves forward with its own strategic plan, that will help us determine our role as unified accreditation moves forward and priorities. Where does early college fit into the big picture? Sometimes we are a bit isolated. We operate almost as our own university, but we want to have a greater role in the bigger picture of these institutions and the system initiatives. So we really look forward to seeing how the system strategic plan helps us to define our role. What is the role of early college on each campus so that we can really help to find our identity. We're also focused on structure and sustainability. So we want to continue with our high success rate. So despite having an open access policy, our success rate remains high at 92%. So 92% of our students earn a C or better in their classes, which is what they need in order to be able to transfer those credits. So we don't want to increase enrollment numbers at the expense of student success. And then continuing to build those partnerships and collaborations. Again, as I mentioned, we're working closely with the DOE, and we've scheduled a series of meetings as part of some preliminary recommendations from the equity report to analyze the state statute with an equity lens and possibly revise the statute. The other focus of our strategic plan will be moving forward with accreditation. The National Alliance of Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships is the only organization that nationally can accredit programs, and that really is a focus on quality and making sure that we use those quality measures. Right now, we use those quality standards as best practices, but as we move forward, we want to implement and fully earn accreditation with NASEP. We also plan to be working with high school teacher credentialing. We know that that is an issue, and having a high school teacher teach those courses in their classes is the most accessible form and the most support for students. So we really want to work on improving our credentialing of high school teachers so that they can continue to offer those courses. And the last slide just has all of the information that you can find on our early college website. We'll also be releasing the 2021 report. So the 2020 report is on our website, but the 2021 report will be released soon, and as soon as that is available, as well as the results of the equity report. Those can all be found on our early college website. So I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has them.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Amy. Roger Cates here. Thank you for that presentation. Learned a lot. Two quick, 1 point and 1 question. Congratulations on the work you're doing to coordinate with the community college system on this early college idea. I think we're gradually realizing that the more we can have coordination and cooperation between the two systems, that we are more effectively using our resources. So that sounds great. But the question has to do with quality control. I've heard some stories about some of our high school teachers are actually, if anything, more rigorous academically than some of the college professors are. That is that they're taking this task very seriously, that they are offering college level courses to high school students. And my question is, how much coordination do you do between the campuses to make sure that quality control, that the courses are in fact college level courses? How much of that is done at the campus level, working with the high school teachers, and how much of that is done by you all at the system office? Thanks.
Sure. As a result of our strategic plan, that was, as I mentioned, a focus. Right before the pandemic, we had held a first system-wide professional development event for teachers. So we had all of the campuses involved, and we brought our high school teachers to the university, the Civic Center at Augusta to hold an event. So we were really moving forward with that. The pandemic did slow our efforts in documentation a little bit, but we are now ramping that back up. So we have a subcommittee that pulls together all of the early college leads from all of the campuses, and the title of the subcommittee is NACEP accreditation. And again, that is the national organization that sets the standards. What's tricky for me is that I don't run the programs. So what I try to do in my role is to organize, coordinate, find out what our campuses need, and then provide those resources. So for example, the enrollment system that I shared with you that we're using, on the back end of that, we can actually track contact between faculty members and our high school teachers using that system. So that's something that we're working on. That's the resource that I can provide, working with our software developer, so that every time a high school teacher and a faculty member meet, we can log that interaction. We can log when a faculty member reviews a course syllabus and approves it, when a high school teacher and when a faculty member visits a high school. So all of those things, in order to get NACEP accreditation, that has to take place. So all of our campuses are also working together. Our goal is to have a standardized set of practices, but then recognize that each campus may have its own additional step that they take. So for example, we agreed on a set of questions that we would put as every time there's a site visit, these are the canned questions that everyone's going to ask. But then each campus had already vetted through their faculty additional things that their faculty wanted to be able to do. So then we added an upload feature so that when a faculty member visits a campus, they can upload their site visit that's specific to that campus. I'm not sure if that helps or if you had any, if I missed anything.
No, thank you very much. Just what I was hoping to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bartholomew.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Amy, great presentation, and the work is of particular interest to us because it's very timely. One of our core missions is to educate the citizens of Maine, the students of Maine, and this early college is really a great tool to help first generation college students matriculated to higher education. And you know, in your presentation here on improved GPAs, improved outcomes, and really fostering partnerships with the high schools and other educational institutions, it's going to be very important in the coming years. And I just wanted to say that this is a great presentation and it resonates well with us as trustees. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add too, I forgot to mention, we're talking about the quality control with our high school teachers teaching the courses. The average GPA of early college students is, when they matriculate, is a 3.0, and that is consistent regardless of whether they have had early college courses on the campus, online, or with their high school. So that is a data point that I wanted to share. I like to share with faculty members who may be hesitant to say, our high school teachers are doing a phenomenal job. The outcomes are the same regardless of which modality students access those courses.
Good. Trustee McMahon, thank you.
Amy, this is David McMahon. You have an unduplicated headcount of just shy of 5,000. Can you tell us what the unduplicated headcount is for the community college system? And I also understand that Husson is a competitor in this space. Do you know what their headcount is? In other words, what's our market share of early college in the state of Maine?
I don't have that data yet, but this is the first year that we have joined with the community college in our systems. So we will be able to calculate that at the end of this year. Prior to that, we would have numbers, the community college would have numbers, but we wouldn't know how many of those students were the same. And so I will be able to report on that. And as soon as I can, I certainly will report it. In terms of the privates, Hudson is also out there in Thomas College, and we don't have any numbers aside from anecdotally when we talk to, for example, our school counselors, and they tell us that those other institutions are also serving their students. So our high schools are very savvy, so they will certainly shop around. But I think that the efforts that we have made have certainly encouraged some of these schools to partner with us in the community college systems first when possible.
So would you say that we have the larger market share?
No, I think, well, prior to COVID, it would have been the community college systems. They were first in this space. So we are almost, I would say, catching up to them because of the tech programs that they have. Most of their activity is in the high schools and at the CTEs. So prior to COVID, they were definitely ahead of us in numbers. I'm not sure now. Our enrollment grew while theirs dropped during the pandemic because we had more online opportunities where a lot of their classes were reliant on having access to lab space and in-person opportunities. Their numbers are growing, though. I will be meeting with my community college colleague this week, and I can talk to her about the numbers so that I can provide them to you if they're available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Any other questions? All righty. Well, thank you very much for that informative presentation and great work.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Hate to make you move again, but I'm going to use the screen. Appreciate Heather's flexibility on this morning. I'm a pain. I like to do this presentation live. It gives me great anxiety because the website might be down, but I think it's helpful because we have transitioned board members. You don't always access the data frequently, that I give you some repetition so that you can find this yourself. These data you have asked for to be more frequent. And so we have most things are updated daily. The chancellor and I and his teams all look at this a few times a week at least. So we are definitely a data informed organization now for sure. So if you go to your maine.edu, Maine website, and then we go up to data and policies, you'll see a number of options there, but we're going to drop down to the dashboard. A little history, go ahead and click on that. Oh, great. There we go. My Bill Gates moment. I don't know if you know, but anytime Bill Gates ever spoke about a new operating system, it crashed on him on stage. It's kind of a thing. So anyways, this was requested of a board member years ago that as the dashboard started to expand and they become more complicated, some of the board members wanted a more watered down snapshot of where we are. And so when you come to this site, it's not technically not a dashboard anymore. It is a list of our key performance indicators, the primary ones we track frequently, and an icon to tell you whether we're stabilized or we're going down or so forth. So at a glance, this is a scorecard for you. Notice that each of the labels on the left there are hyperlinks though, and that's how you can get to a more detailed version of the dashboard. So we're going to go to enrollment right there in the middle. So we'll start there. This takes you over to the actual dashboard site, and I'll show you some more here, but we're going to start if you click on spring headcount, just to make sure we're there. Notice that we now have fall and spring in the same report. There are those little tabs at the top. If you want to look at headcount or you want to look at credit hours, you just simply click on those little tabs there. We track this, as I mentioned, daily. We look at the change over time. What the graph is representing here is the growth of enrollment up to the start and past the start of the enrollment period. So each of those lines is the colored lines there represent a different year. The black always represents the current, the red, the prior year. And if you hover over those lines, you can see the percent change among them. So notice that this year we ended up we're on headcount now, 2.5% roughly decline in headcount. Also notice that in big brackets up there, we have excluded early college. That's a different report. Those are two different kinds of students. They take different numbers of classes. And so we really, when we talk about a head count for undergrads, we want generally the traditional full-time or part-time undergrads. So 2.5% decline. This spring, we of course knew that it would be around there because spring is sort of a result of what happened in fall. We do have transfer students who come in the spring period, but generally it's about who came in the fall and how they persisted. So we'll go up to the top. Notice it says UMS Academic Affairs. It's a link there. We call those breadcrumbs. You can click on that. And that brings you to the full dashboard site where it has many. If you'll scroll down just a bit, you'll see that we have a number of things that we update frequently. And I'm sure these are all created by some interest of the board or our executive leadership team. So interesting information in here. We're going to click on applications. So this dashboard has a number of features in it. It shows us aging of applications, so how fast. You remember a few years ago I presented to you, we really needed to work on the speed at which we admit students, process their applications, get back to them, bug them about matriculating, the whole funnel. And so this is a snapshot of what that is telling us. But I'm going to notice there are tabs here, lots of tabs, and this sort of represents our application funnel. But if we start at total applications, and on all of these reports, you'll see on the right-hand side, there's filtering. If you just want to see an institution, or you want to see full-time or part-time, or you want to see, if you just do the drop-down arrow there, Heather, on the tuition residency. If you want to see just in-state, or want to see how we're going to do in Canadian students, I'm really hopeful that now that the border is open, we could do some heavy enrollment there since you approved the in-state rate for Canadian students. So that's how you can look at different aspects of this. But on the data trend side, so this is total applications. You'll see that the black line is above all the prior periods, which is the positive message. Probably the last positive message of the data I will mention. The enrollment managers really felt strongly that after COVID restrictions were starting to ease, that they needed to get recruiters in the high schools. It's going to be a different environment. They needed to get interest early. We heard yesterday from the students that many students are thinking about, I don't know, about college now. COVID, the wars, the financial instability that exists right now, there's a lot of anxiety. So they wanted that in-person opportunity in the high school. So they did. They set out. They got recruiters in the field. So that's great. So they generated lots of interest. So if Amy, if you go, Heather, sorry, if you go to admitted tab now, one of the impacts, and you'll see it gets a little worse coming up here, we focused on getting attention, which means that the rest of our processes lag behind, because that was just what we were going to do as a strategy this year. So admissions are down 2.8%. So that means that the students have completed their application. They've shown a great interest. We have worked them, looked through the applications, and then somebody locally at a university has said, we admit you based on what you've submitted to us. So that's that stage of the process, and we're about 2.8% down. So then if you go to net matriculations, so again, timing is all different because we're focusing on the front end, different than we did last year, where we really focused on a quick package out to the students remotely. So you'll see the black line there, if she can hover over that, roughly to the end there, that as of today, we are, or Friday, we are 20% down in net matriculations, and notice there's a gross and a net matriculation. The net is takes into consideration students who have withdrawn that previously matriculated. So it is the true number of people who intend to come to one of our institutions. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Do you all have any questions or want to see something else? Thank you.
Thank you. There was no questions, I gather.
Dr. Placido, and I know we've let you walk back now, but we'll put you on the spot. So how are we using this data to inform for action-based decision at this point? If we see we're 20% behind and we're coming in 157 days until next semester starts, are we using that as deploy some tactical responses?
So absolutely, it's a bit of an ongoing push so that we have data to show that there is a concern, and then we have a conversation. So twice a week, we've met for the past 2 years to do COVID updates, and part of that has been an enrollment conversation. So the reason I can tell you, and we could go into much more detail, is because we have the conversations with the enrollment managers. When the trends were first starting to look well behind last year, that's the first question is, hey, what's happening? What's going on in our processes? And then we could talk about the fact that the enrollment managers really felt strongly to shift to strategy. And it's interesting to see that strategies actually have a great impact on the data. And you can see that sort of growing over time. So the promises they were making, we're going to get more apps, we're going to get more interest. We could see that happening. And then the promise of, okay, once we get to a certain point, we're going to start shifting resources over to processing and admission and getting them matriculated. And now we can start to see the net results of that. If the words don't match the data, then we begin to have other conversations, but the group is really good, talented group of enrollment managers. So we're still hopeful, but you can see that last slide leaves me a bit nervous.
The transparency really helps make informed decisions. So thanks for sharing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more. Oh, okay, Trustee Rowan.
Yeah, just a quick question, Robert, and thank you for that very, very much. Do we have any anecdotal information to tell us whether that the gap, if you will, between the higher application but lower matriculation position we're in right now, what do we know about what accounts for the lower level of matriculation despite the higher level of applications? Is it students who've said, I'm not going to college, I changed my mind? Is it, I'm looking elsewhere, I'm just slower to commit? I mean, do we have any sense of kind of where this is going to end up over the next few months?
A couple of things. I mean, and again, anecdotal more than anything, but what the enrollment managers are sharing and the recruiters are sharing is that last year we bent that curve. I don't know if you noticed in the trend, the red line was really elevated compared to prior terms. It was elevated because we said we weren't sure how students are going to react remotely because we couldn't be in the high schools, we couldn't be sitting with them as much. So what we decided to do is emphasize a complete package up front. So as soon as we know you're interested, we're getting your admission packet done as quickly as possible, and then we're really being pushy about you getting your financial aid package and making a decision early. And that bent the curve up. Well, now this year we look more traditional in the delay because we're just trying to get the interest and letting people build the application out a little bit slower because they have advising services and so forth. So it's not so much that there's a huge change in the traditional response. It was just a huge change in last year's because of the strategy we employed. But we heard yesterday from the students, and that confirms everything else I'm hearing, is there is a lot of anxiety about, is it worth it right now? There's just so many things. It's almost biblical in the number of things going on right now. So students are nervous about coming. So they need one more touch point maybe than last year.
Okay, thank you. Good information, and thank you for the input. We're going to move now to a report out from our Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, Vice Chancellor Farini Mundi on Research and Innovation. The floor is yours.
Sorry about this, more slides.
That's okay. I think we're going to, we ought to be able to figure out how we can flip this around so that.
Yeah. Well, there are screens, I remind folks.
Yeah.
You can sort of see those. Thanks, Chair Gardner, and good morning, everybody. It's been just about a year since the Chancellor asked me to serve in this role, and we have spent that year working to understand what would be most useful and productive across the system and trying to think about how the resources at the University of Maine could be more useful and more shared in a sense across the system. So I'll just go through very quickly three big points, and I promise it will be quick. First, to talk about the R1 designation and what its UMaine system implications are like across the entire organization. I've been talking to the presidents and to the dean about how we can expand research and development across the system in ways that are well suited to these campuses. And really, Dr. Shim's talk essentially took away a lot of the thunder here because she's the perfect example, and I'll talk further about that, and then a few challenges and opportunities. So on the R1 designation, of course, we're very excited that the University of Maine has reached this level, and it's a long story, goes back to 1998, and my thanks again to people in this room who are a part of that as members of the legislature and who were able to help the state recognize that investing directly in research and development in the state of Maine is especially important because we are not a state that attracts a lot of companies that bring their own R&D shops. And so having some sort of public entity investment in that enterprise is really critical to growing the economy of the state. And it's been a long process. And we're, as you heard earlier today, we're very delighted at the prospect of a potential increase for MEIF, which is the main investment area. So reaching this R1 status was a goal that we talked about when I arrived, and we talked about hitting this by 2024, and we have hit it now, and we're just thrilled. Here's how it helps strengthen the system, at least in my view. Students get attracted to this kind of a designation. We're already hearing that from students, and I think it carries across the system to be a part of an entity that does have this level of a research university. We can not only draw world-class faculty and researchers to the University of Maine, but to all of our system campuses, in part, and again, we heard great examples in the presentation by Dr. Shim, because there are collaborations that are possible here. We are very optimistic about our standing being improved for federal grants and contracts because of this kind of designation. It is a competitive scene out there with the federal government, and it's always important to bring every possible advantage that you can. We continue to see great opportunity for collaboration, for programmatic work, and for engaging the UMaine-based centers and institutes with several across the system. And as a part of this, we have been able to, and we will continue to strengthen the UMaine Research Administration. As these dollars come in, it takes more and more staff and expertise to manage them well. The Measures of Growth report is one place that flagged in its 2021 report, just before the R1 announcement, flagged the importance of having an R1 research university in the state when it focuses on economic growth and development. The importance of having the public entity is important. And so I really believe we can make the argument that UMaine and the system are the state's most promising resources for growing R&D as a percentage of GDP, which is a key economic indicator for a state. And again, Maine tends to rank very low in those rank orderings because we, again, as I said, we don't have the industry base doing R&D here, but we do have a system. And so you see here a few visuals that are intended to convey the fact that across this state, and we've also put the map with UMaine facilities particularly. We really are available to the state as a partner, as a resource. We, across our campuses, entertain the questions that come from the field, from the communities, from the people of Maine. For example, we have a number of questions right now about forever chemicals, about PFAS, and those are being actively addressed in a number of different projects across the university and the system. So we, I think, need to embrace our potential as this incredibly important and promising resource, and then be deliberate about how we make that available within the state. So a few people have said to me, well, what does R1 mean exactly, and how can we derive benefit across the system by having this designation at one of our universities, at UMaine? So these next couple of slides in the black bullets, you see the pieces of the formula really that it takes to reach the R1, the numbers of the indicators that are measured in that process. And then underneath, I've listed a few possibilities that I believe extend out to the entire system relative to the way in which not only can we try to sustain that designation, which becomes important now, but also use the fact that these are indicators that we must report on and try to think about how those can extend system-wide. So one indicator is R&D expenditures in science and engineering specifically. So this would be dollars that come in from external grants or are spent internally that get cataloged as R&D expenditures. And one thing that I believe is going to be relevant in the next few months as we continue our conversations campus-wide is the third bullet there, the partnerships that we would like to help to grow through our University of Maine Office of Innovation and Economic Development among and between UMS campuses with local businesses and industries. I'm hearing this from the other presidents, from the dean, that we do need to be relevant in the communities in which we're based. And so we'd like to start to bring the assets and knowledge and experience that we have here at UMaine in that office more fully out to the full system. A second indicator for the R&D is expenditures in non-science and engineering for the R1 designation. So it's not only about STEM, but it's working on what we bring in externally and then what we spend on non-science and engineering R&D, of which we have a great deal going on across the entire system. And one point that I'd like to highlight here that I think could be mutually beneficial is the concept of residencies in multiple directions. The idea that faculty might come from one of our campus institutions and spend a semester or even a year based at another. I think unified accreditation will make that smoother in terms of instructional opportunities over time, and that we can create more cross collaborations, more cross fertilization of ideas, which leads to, again, more successful grant getting and more expenditures. A third indicator that's measured for the R1 calculation is about the R&D staff who have doctoral degrees, who are postdocs and who are non-faculty. So that has become quite important in understanding the big picture of our health of our R&D enterprise. And one idea that I think is worth exploring here system-wide is shared postdoc programs, because we do have a number of faculty across the entire system who are doing research, who can benefit from the engagement of postdocs. Postdocs can sometimes come into a campus and then ultimately find a way into being a member of the faculty there. They can be engaged in teaching, and we do have doctoral graduates from our universities who are interested in staying and being in Maine. And so this may be a way to both boost this category a little bit for us, but also to bring strength across the system. The number of STEM, social sciences, humanities, and other doctoral degrees awarded. So sometimes people think this is only about STEM, but indeed we get measured on our doctoral production across degrees. And we've been playing around a little bit with an idea of a sort of grow our own faculty notion system-wide. So what if we had some 2+3 programs, or maybe they're 2+2, an MS to PhD programs for people within the system who may be doing instruction, who may be in a variety of roles, who might then be interested in staying on, receiving PhDs, and perhaps remaining with us. And then finally, the number of full-time faculty is a measure that's also counted. And we do have UMaine faculty or people with UMaine faculty designations at a variety of campuses, as well as some external entities like Jackson Labs, people who hold appointments with UMaine as a part of what they're able to do with their research. So as we think about the actual indicators that get used to calculate the R1, it's a good set of indicators to just look at our health system-wide as a research and development entity that benefits the state. I have been talking with presidents and the dean and continuing those conversations, but there are a number of really sound ideas that I think are coming out of those conversations that we need to try to build out and explore more fully in the coming months. One is that we're hearing that, of course, across our campuses, there are very different promotion and tenure expectations relative to research and development specifically. And for example, when we went to the law school, we had a wonderful education from Dean Softly and her colleagues about what legal research means. And it is quite different in character in many ways, but at the core, generally, there is something about understanding the world better or making sense of ideas or working to solve a problem using discipline-specific kinds of approaches. And so we are hearing from faculty that there is sometimes variation across the campuses in what's expected relative to R&D. And my view is it shouldn't be the same across all of our campuses. We have different purposes and different functions, but it's a part of what we are as a system. Very strong interest in, and by the way, multiple examples of excellent student engagement in research going on across the system. We don't always know about all of that in a collective way that we can amplify and make known to the world, but it's happening here, and students are getting their names on papers and are serving as members of teams of researchers and developers, and also creative endeavors. And so we have that in the system, but I don't think we've highlighted it or made it as prominent as we could. And I think it's a very attractive way to bring students to our campuses, to let them know that they'll have the chance, if they come to this system, to work it hand in hand with faculty on important problems. We heard from the presidents the importance of ensuring that they're able to make an impact in their regions, particularly around R&D needs that come up because we are within communities across the state. We will hear from members of those communities directly about what the problems are that they face and how can we help address them. And we have great capacity to do that if we think about working collectively across the system. Sharing expertise, we've already heard some ideas about that, but there is definite interest in it. We've talked about this notion of pathways to PhD completion that could be of benefit to all. And then I put in that sort of irritating pink color, I think the biggest potential distinction for us as a system relative to R&D, and it's about the integration of research and instruction. So we are a place, we already do a great deal of this at all levels, particularly, I guess I would say, at the junior and senior level, where students are able to work on research projects with their faculty colleagues across the system. But what we are trying to do with the Alfond investment for research learning experiences is to make this possible right at the beginning, right in the first semester, and make that possible across the system as we grow. Because there's such good evidence that engagement, and we heard about engagement yesterday from our students, that engagement in something meaningful right away can make the difference for a student. And in the case of this University of Maine system, given the problems that our faculty are working on system-wide, they are meaningful in Maine. And we have problems in a range of areas where students, we hope, will find a compelling reason to get involved early on. So I think that's a very fruitful potential area for our collaborations going forward. We're working very hard, have been in the last year, particularly with focus to make the UMaine R&D and innovation services available more readily system-wide. And so on the research side, we have stepped up our efforts to reach out and to be helpful as interested. I mean, this is a coalition of the willing, but for those who are interested across the system and working with us on award administration, so you get the grant and that's great, but then you have to do a lot of things to track it, to report on it, to measure. And we have a very well-developed group here at UMaine. We heard about Office of Research Development as well, where Jason Charlin works. That's for the professional development of our faculty, very much very popular here to hear from folks across the system about their interest in learning about grant possibilities, about how to write better proposals, about how to be successful, and how to find good partners. And so we're doing more of that. We talk about grant writing cohorts. You heard from Dr. Shim. She's a research faculty affiliate here at UMaine, meaning she's a part of these discussions where there's an opportunity to talk to colleagues around the system. And I just love the story. I hadn't heard it of the turtle collaboration. You know, those sorts of things emerge and they can really make a difference in our state. We're experimenting with graduate teaching exchanges where UMaine grad students would go and help and support a faculty member somewhere else in the system, get the chance to teach in a smaller environment perhaps, but also give that faculty person a little bit of support and help as they pursue their research. And then we here at UMaine also have a facility, a core facility with instruments and equipment available, and we make that available system-wide. We're going to start to move into more of a focus on how to also help with the innovation side and to make more available, particularly commercialization training, which is something that we've been doing here at UMaine for some time, together with business incubation, where we have some experience with that, and to engage more fully across the system to invite people to be a part of that. Part of doing all of this means having some intramural funding to use, and particularly to make that available system-wide. So here are 3 areas where we've invited engagement across the system. The MEIF Small Campus Initiative, where we have had great engagement across the entire system. MEIF, as you'll hear again later in this meeting, the work there needs to be R&D focused, and it needs to be aligned with the set of 7 sectors in the state of Maine that have been identified as technology sectors. And what we're working at is embedding this student research learning in everything we can possibly do. Again, because it's a good bet in my view and in others' view for our success. The Research Reinvestment Fund, Dr. Shim mentioned, she has a project there, and those have been increasingly focused on problem-based kinds of investments that bring together faculty from a variety of fields. MIRTA Accelerator, this is in the incubation and commercialization space, really run by the Office of our Vice President for Innovation and Economic Development, Jake Ward, and Renee Kelly in that office. They invite teams that believe they have a commercializable idea to come together. They're using National Science Foundation funding and techniques to help to essentially train those teams, get them ready to really test out the viability of their products, and then eventually to help them find potential investors. And so each year, new teams are invited in to apply into that program, and we increasingly are seeing faculty from across the system. Finally, just a couple of challenges and opportunities. It's really an exciting time right now, but there's almost too much happening here. So keeping a focus and trying to do the best we can to engage across the system, I think, is important. UMaine has just completed work on 2 major proposals to EDA, the Department of Commerce, with some UMS partners and also partners across the state. On the left, accelerating the northern forest bioeconomy through innovation, commerce, commercialization, workforce, and community redevelopment, a major project based on the 4 main work that has been in place here, collaborations across that field for more than a decade now. And that proposal is in and being reviewed. And then similarly, we have the Good Jobs Challenge, and the UMaine group helped to lead that submission as well, with a focus on education and nursing, the improvement of the workforce for Maine in those 2 areas. So as these big proposal opportunities come along, we're always looking for engagement system-wide and for the capacity to be able to make a really good case for the state of Maine. You've heard before about the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan projects that are progressing toward funding. Very grateful to the federal government and to the governor and to the legislature for their determination that there would be a $35 million sector of this coming to the University of Maine system. Here are some of these awards. This is a slightly older slide, but we're moving them through the process. Tremendous work being done by Sam Warren and others to keep this process going. And you heard Dr. Shim mention the TRI competition, UMaine Talent, Research, and Innovation. She spotted this. small campus competition, working to make sure that the small campuses have a way to be engaged in this process as well as through their partnerships in this endeavor. So these projects are moving along, different stages in the process. As I say, this isn't the most up-to-date. This work is going on daily, a very complex and careful state review process, because on the other end, the accountability and the auditing and so forth, we need to be in good order with the projects that we're proposing here. The earmark process as well, new to us beginning last year, and we're continuing on this year. Very grateful to our congressional delegation for their help in bringing us some terrific projects. And right now we're looking at a list. Joe Zakis, how many does it have? It's got like 80 projects on it now. Some ideas for this year that are out there that we're working to refine and shape. A tremendous opportunity again to make a difference for Maine. And so the lists are in your slides in the book. Very, very successful year last year. Couple of new areas. I'm getting really interested in semiconductors because I keep reading about it. A lot of federal money coming this way, and I wanted to know more. And it turns out we have a whole lot going on at UMaine. Some work at USM as well, probably elsewhere. So trying to bring some coherence to that work to get a sense of how our system can be a contributor there. There is a proposal on the table for a UMS-wide climate change consortium that Dr. Paul Majewski is leading. Really working now with partners across the state in the legislature, in the administration, with the Maine State Chamber to begin to educate stakeholders more deeply about R&D and why it matters for Maine. Ideas about a grand challenge approach for MEIF. So very exciting time right now. And I don't want the R1 excitement, which is really quite wonderful, to eclipse the fact that system-wide we are doing good work here, and we're just looking to make it coherent, visible, and impactful for the state of Maine. So thanks very much. Questions? Yes, Trustee Riley.
It's terribly exciting, and I think the R1 status is just, we can't celebrate it enough. But of course, I have to be Debbie Downer and ask, the worrisome questions about, is R1 determined each year? And what's the process? Because I think sustaining it, your strategies to sustain it are quite exciting. And while the research dollars, the federal government has to think about, is it important that we think about diversification, especially as you talk about research in humanities and social sciences? What's our strategy to diversify into philanthropic investment?
Okay, so multiple excellent questions there. First of all, I can remember them. The designation is calculated has been calculated every 3 years, roughly. But the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, which runs this, has finished has moved the organization that does the designation from Indiana University to ACE, the American Council on Education. So as ACE takes it up, they are likely to reshape it. There was a story in the Chronicle or Inside Higher Ed today about ACE's interest in adding a social mobility categorization and ranking, for example. So we may even see it take different shapes. There's been some talk about maybe sort of a race to the top is not what this new accrediting, it's not accrediting, but it's a ranking organization will be interested in doing. So in any case, we have heard that will happen. Whatever they're going to do will be sooner, maybe 2 years. So not a lot of time to. And the data tend to lag because we use data through iPads and other federal reporting that aren't always consolidated in time. So it's very fortunate that we have it at this moment. And what I think really is that it's in some ways a little bit less about the actual designation and more about all those factors that get measured that are determined to indicate the health of the research enterprise. Because if we pay attention to those are good for our students, for the people of Maine, for our institutions, and they're a good set of indicators. It's like NECHI standards. Those are good things to work toward because they're the professional agreement about what's important, indicating health or success. So back to the humanities question then, strategies for growing. It's costly in those fields, right? Because so far there isn't necessarily a lot of external funding made available through the federal government. But you ask exactly the right question. What about corporate and other private foundations and philanthropy? And we've just now started a group here at UMaine to really comb through what's out there in those areas and start to step up our work in proposing to major national foundations that we haven't, at least at UMaine, we haven't been availing ourselves of those opportunities.
Trustee McMahon, go ahead.
At a high level, Joan, I sense there's sometimes a conflict between, I'm on a tenure track, I've got to publish, and I'm doing research in a secure facility that can't be published. So then we have the desire to obtain patents. We maybe have some sponsors who would rather keep things as trade secrets. So at a high level, how do you address this conundrum within the research environment?
Excellent questions as well. Thank you. So we don't have a lot of secure research that goes on across the system that I know about, but I might not know about it. It's secure. But I do know about some that goes on here. And generally there's a way that those working on that work can at least make public funding, for example, or other aspects of the work so that there's great awareness. It tends to be very senior people, at least here, who get involved in those areas, and then they're able to convey the engagement of their more junior teams. So I feel that we, and then of course there are possibilities for secure publications that we can be informed at least of the numbers and some things like that. It hasn't been conveyed as a major problem yet, but it would be great to have more of that problem probably. So I'm not worried yet about knowing about that work because I think we're able to give people credit. I also think that the emphasis on patents and commercialization, and I know that you've had an interest in this for some time, I think that we now, as I mentioned, want to shift toward whether we are really doing all that we can in tech transfer and in the ability of helping people see that sometimes their work, and not only their sort of traditional STEM work, but their social innovation work, their curricular work, much of that has some potential for patenting and commercialization. So we'd like to start to harvest that more fully and then bring that back into the promotion and tenure discussion, because those are scholarly contributions that in most places are regarded as fairly significant. I don't think we've had that discussion very much yet.
Trustee Ames?
Thank you. Congratulations. This is just very, very exciting. But I think back to Robert's presentation about people enrolling at lower numbers. This feels like a fairly high level discussion that we're having. And what I wonder is, how do you share or encourage high school students to appreciate the opportunities here, because there are so many and they are so exciting. But I can imagine Joe Q student who's a junior or senior in high school, this is over their heads in many respects, but it's a wonderful opportunity for marketing.
So it's a wonderful, wonderful observation and great question. One thing that I've learned about UMaine, and I expect it's very true across the system, is that we have many faculty who do serious engagement with K-12 schools, students, teachers, and communities, and have done that for years. I saw a list recently of some programs in engineering here where there's been a clear understanding that until we can get these K-12 students oriented toward thinking about engineering as a possible career, they may not even select it. So there are some of those sorts of things to build on and to sort of plug into that with what we're learning. I think the best bet we've got right now, system-wide, is this research learning experience work with the Alphon Foundation, because we've already had our first year of it. Not only 250 students at UMaine participated. Next year, it will expand out and several other campuses are getting engaged in this first year experience. So that's going to give us a wealth of vignettes, really, that we can then figure out how to share more widely, because first year students, they're very close to, they've just come out of high school. And when we can get their stories, their commentary, their account of what it was like to be engaged in those experiences, I think that'll be a piece of helping schools and teachers and parents and families see that there's something interesting that you can do there, because you'll be able to watch a video of it or hear from that student. But you're right, if it's going to be a focus for us, this integration of research and teaching, and if we embrace it system-wide, I think there is work to do to help that become a part of our identity as a system. And we have to see if that'll happen too. This is a great experiment to try.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was a great question, Trustee Eames. And what I'll just add on to and maybe ask Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy to expound on is there is a knitting of programs that I think that are being stitched together, to mix metaphors. All things I'm using all things I can't do. But the hands-on learning for incoming students that is being done through UMaine right now. I think when you put that together with on the other end of faculty and advisors working with students to apply for or do meaningful research on their own and submit peer-reviewed papers, you start to get a broadening of what's available for the students through that process. And if I steal one slide from Ken Ralph's presentation yesterday, what I'd love to see someday is the social media hits that we have and the engagement for the STEM programs that we have here. Because I think the ability to attract students, the R1 status, the research that's being done is meaningful, life-changing, will help change the economy and how we do things. And that's there. But when you start mixing that in with the marketing and then the life cycle of the student on campus and their ability to participate in that meaningful work, I think you start attracting students from campuses that don't have that opportunity until they are graduate students at other campuses. And so I think there's something unique and special about the way we do things that I just wanted to give you an opportunity to expound on.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Donnelly. I think lots of points there too that we've been thinking about a little. And one is, I'm going to tie back to my experience at the National Science Foundation. So NSF funds research experiences for undergraduates, programmatic dollars that go out to scientists or to institutions that wish to bring students in the summer or even in the academic year to be a part of the research. And I was a part of the oversight of that program, and the proposals we got always were for juniors and seniors. Like, let's bring the juniors and seniors in and give them the chance to do research. So we tried during those years to change that narrative a bit and to even put into some of the program language. No, you know what? You better have some ideas that start with first-year students and second-year students and so forth. And it was moderately, effective, not that much really, because people really wanted to fund the juniors and the seniors because they want people who have had enough content to then be actually able to make meaningful contributions in the lab. And the perception always was, well, you have to be a senior to really know how to run these instruments or how to do this sort of data collection or data analysis and so forth. So I continue on this quest here now to say we ought to be able to make a developmental trajectory that starts really in pre-college, because you mentioned hands-on learning, active learning, problem-based learning, all of these different approaches that have an engagement focus and a meaningful intention. What if we became the place that had a developmental trajectory for this, a progression, so that if we could count on Maine high school students to come to us with certain kinds of, I'll call them research skills, but I want to, sort of in air quotes, because it would be research skills around problem posing, around data collection, around collaboration with others in defining problems. It's not about how good they are at using some specific instrument. It's much more broad, but it would be the sorts of skills you'd like to see in a workforce as well. Independent thinking, ability to see ways to improve processes or situations. Anyway, if our high school students came to us sort of with one level of this, then we begin with the RLEs, the research learning experiences for first and second year students, where we're growing that. We could be a place, I really believe this, that by the time people are juniors or seniors, they are not only able to do sort of basic kinds of research and development and practical things, they are able to begin to lead there. They have sophisticated skills we don't have to redo it every time they go to an internship or every time they have to go to a co-op, because they've had a couple of years of this curriculum. So I do think that there's a way that these things can be stitched and knitted together all at once into a learning progression, a developmental trajectory. And is John Provost, yeah, we're trying to write a paper about this right now, so we're going to confer with Trustee Donnelly.
I expect to be mentioned.
Yeah, no, you're going to be a co-author, actually. But yeah, we're trying to conceptualize that, because I think it's attractive for, frankly, bringing students here and retaining them and then helping them get jobs if we can pull this off. So there's a whole bigger picture there that you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Trustee
Mr. Chair.
Rotunda?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to step on anybody's toes. It's kind of hard on the phone to see if there are other hands up. I would just like to speak to what President Farini-Mundi was just talking about, because we do training of teachers on all of our campuses. And when teachers, even teaching first grade, are excited about science and problem solving, our students benefit, and it gets them excited about exploring the world. It gets them excited about science, and it makes the possibility of going on to higher education and studying these things very exciting to them. So it is developmental. And I would say it starts even earlier than high school. It's about developing curiosity in the students that we're teaching. And since we are training teachers on all our different campuses, it seems like there's a role that many of us can play to create a situation where we have students excited about going on to higher education, to study science, to study the world around them, and that we can be very successful as a system in nurturing those interests.
Absolutely, Trustee. And I think it might be interesting at some point to gather up a few of our faculty who work in teacher education, teacher preparation, and in general are focused on K through 12 across the system to hear about their good work. Actually, tremendously interesting research going on around student engagement. Some of it on this campus to do with the teaching and learning of geometry, for instance, but much of it in science as well. So absolutely right. The earlier we can help engage students in meaningful learning in the STEM fields, the better it is for their future in general, not just in STEM.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Michaud.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that great presentation. You're doing a lot of exciting things here at the campus and throughout the system. So appreciate all that hard work. And we're very fortunate to have a delegation that's very supportive of the R&D here at campus, and of 2 members currently on the appropriation committee. So my question is, not knowing whether or not we're going to continue to get the after this year the earmarks of congressionally designated spending, are you aggressively going after some additional funding, particularly for the programs you currently have? For instance, the Factory of the Future, that's very exciting. What you're doing there, great economic development opportunities for the state of Maine and in the region, quite frankly. So are you going to pursue those? Because I believe that's only half funded currently.
Well, we have lots of different scenarios for how we hope to piece that funding together, Trustee Michaud. But yeah, thanks for the point. First, again, incredible gratitude to our delegation, who have been a wonderfully supportive group for a very long time. And we're in constant conversation with them, as well as in pursuit of other sources of funding, both from the federal resources, state resources, and even starting to now look at private sector and how we can piece things together. And then as we write these big proposals, of course, there are in some cases opportunities for bricks and mortar sorts of inclusions in those, and we watch for those and try to pursue them as well. So any ideas you have, would love to chat, but definitely it's very much on our minds.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any, excuse me, any other trustees? Was Trustee Kane, go
Thank
ahead.
you so much, President Money. I will just add, sort of put in a plug for, when you're looking at the undergraduate research side for the Honors College on this campus. And I think, and USM has an honors program as well now that they've brought back. And I think that there's a clear population of students who are motivated in that way. That might be an opportunity to pilot some things and engage that in the way you're talking about around first and second year students. There may be some opportunities there to partner and pilot that then could be expanded university-wide.
I would absolutely agree, Trustee Kane. And in fact, the Honors College is out ahead on this RLE.
I know.
I knew you knew that. So we'll just put that right out there. But, you know,
I'm glad you said it.
they have been a leader in this. It's a project with Howard. It started with Howard Hughes Medical Institute, the CPHAGE project.
Yeah,
And so
they do genomic
sequencing.
Sequencing. These are words I learned, not because I do that work, because I appreciate that work.
You could
but
come try it.
No, I don't want to try it. You don't need me. You have enough smart people on that. But genomic sequencing, you have undergraduates mapping in partnership with students across the whole country. And it's great.
Yeah, and so members of that instructional group have been key. Sally Malloy, Melissa McGinnis, others have actually been out in front on the RLE work. Thank you for mentioning it.
Okay, any other trustees? I want to just thank you myself, Vice Chancellor Marini Mundy. It was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to mention that I spent a lot of time working in an industry that had a lot of R&D here in Maine, but also a lot of R&D work was done with the university here. And it was because of that we were able to be successful in many things. And I saw firsthand how a company can actually thrive and grow through innovation. Without it, wouldn't be here today. So it's very, very important work. Thank you.
Great example. Thank you all very much.
All righty, we're going to move to tab 6 now. I'm going to introduce Vice Chancellor for Strategic Initiatives and reporting on it. It will be Vice Chancellor Thielen. And I think we have tab 6, 7, and 8 we'll cover while you're here.
That's right. Thanks, Chair Gardner. And I'll give you just a quick logistical point here, since we've been getting up and sitting back down again as we pull up PowerPoint slides. For tab 6 and 7, we will not have a PowerPoint, so you can stay seated for a few minutes. So I'll give a brief update on where we are with strategic planning. I'll invite my colleague, Jeff St. John, to come up and talk about our unified accreditation progress and some specific initiatives underway there. And then I'll come back to the podium. We will have a PowerPoint slide at that point for tab 8, the discussion of our progress in planning and collecting input on the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science initiative, which is one of the Alfond-funded initiatives. So that's the rough order of what we'll be covering over the next 20 or 30 minutes, and appreciate your attention and engagement. So let me start with strategic planning. I do not have a PowerPoint for this slide. This is a brief summary of where we are right now. I want to preview, though, I'll end my comments here with a little more information on this. I want to preview that May, the next meeting of the board, May will be our first full public engagement with our strategic planning consultants. They'll have a team here in person with us to give a presentation of their early work, meeting with our universities, meeting with our system leaders, meeting with external stakeholders. But most importantly, given the charge that this board gave us to be clear that we considered what we saw the opportunity to be with unified accreditation as informing the work that we do to develop a strategic plan. The Huron team will be here in May for the first public engagement with the board to talk about how we're harmonizing that work together, what we've learned about preparing the self-study for NECHI, the New England Commission of Higher Education, which will confirm our unified accreditation status, and how that informs the opportunities that we're beginning to develop, the brainstorming that we're doing about the visioning work, the strategic planning work that we will carry forward with as we confirm our unified accreditation status. So that's really the theme. So I'm going to briefly talk about what the consultants have done with us, what we've been doing with them. Then again, Jeff St. John will come up and share our progress with unified accreditation. So you'll recall, of course, that in July of 2021, the board charged the chancellor to develop the system's first strategic plan, first traditional formal strategic plan in more than a decade and a half. From that charge, we immediately went out and put a solicitation out through our procurement process to identify a strategic planning partner, a consultant who would help us work to develop the strategic plan. Through that process, we engaged the Huron Consulting Group, who have begun working with us, a team of experts out of Boston, Chicago, and elsewhere, who are working with us and who work with systems in universities and divisions within universities all over the United States to do the type of strategic planning work that we're doing now. They are engaged primarily in 3 different ways with our system. The first is at the board level. The board has a strategic planning ad hoc committee on strategic planning that 7 trustees participate in. That group is meeting monthly now with the Huron team in public. I want to be clear, those are public meetings. So they are publicly noticed. There's a public agenda posted. The Huron team meets with the board. Until now, it's been by Zoom. We hope, of course, some of those can be in public or in person as well, as we've started here today. But that engagement is ongoing. And through that engagement with the board's strategic planning ad hoc committee, we've done one thing of particular importance. It was important to trustees on the strategic planning committee that we have a common understanding of the data, the national higher education trends, the demographic trends, the financial data, both at the system and the state level, that we have a common data set, if you will, to work from as the Huron team reaches out and engages with the university-based communities and our external stakeholders. So there's been a lot of work to develop what we're calling a data book that will be accessible online and be a compilation of various types of data. I alluded to it a moment ago: enrollment data, demographics, academic and student success data on completion, access and affordability, data on economic development and research trends in higher education, finances, human resources, other market trends that we can benchmark around affordability, digital and online modalities, non-traditional students, the definition of which is changing. So what used to be traditional, what's non-traditional, is evolving as time goes on. And then workforce trends, how we engage with the economy of the state, the citizens of the state, not just to provide a education and improve the civic life of the state, but the economic life of the state as well. So the data book will be a compilation of all of those things and be the grounding element that we use to develop the initial tenets of the plan as we start talking. Of course, we'll also be talking about what we're doing with unified accreditation, what we're proposing to our accreditor that we think are the opportunities with unified accreditation, understanding that that is an operating model for our universities to collaborate in ways that we've not done before with more intentionality, not looking at unified accreditation as the outcome, but the process and the tool that we use to achieve that collaboration, to achieve the strategic visioning and the outcomes that we're laying out in the strategic planning process. So I mentioned the board engagement with Huron. Huron also engages on a monthly level or on a monthly basis with our President's Council, which, as you might remember, as the name suggests, is a monthly meeting of our presidents, the main law dean, the chancellor, and the senior system staff who regularly engage with the presidents. We're doing similar work there, gathering input, finding out where each university is and how it views itself both as a university with its own mission, but also as a part of the system, which is working to more intentionally collaborate and coordinate in resources and programming and outcomes. And then finally, we have a third group that we identified, which is a group of 10 people, half system staff, half university-based thought leaders who work every 4 to 6 weeks and meet with the Huron team to evaluate what the Huron team is hearing from their university level engagement, from their system engagement, both with the board and the President's Council, and start to identify themes. And what are we hearing? And what does it mean from the university and the system context versus what Huron brings to us from an external context? So that working group is coming together nicely. We're looking forward to an in-person meeting of the Huron team with that working group. We hope in May sometime. and perhaps when we have the Huron team here to speak to the board at your next meeting. So the initial outreach that Huron is doing, in addition to the 3 touch points that they have with us as a system, is to meet with president cabinets. They've done a number of interviews, primarily by Zoom so far, meeting with president's cabinets. But the next big engagement opportunity starts this week when the chancellor starts his spring visits to the campuses. So Wednesday, we will be with Maine Law in Portland, and Huron will have 2 of their team with us for those. And that will be the pattern as we go through the month of April, with the chancellor visiting all of the campuses for his semester by semester campus visits. We'll have 2 members of the Huron team joining our team at each campus to directly engage with campus-based student, faculty, and staff groups. We will have a little bit of advanced facilitation done so that the groups coming in to engage with the Huron team know what they're going to have the opportunity to talk about. And it will be the course of those meetings over the next 6 weeks that will mostly inform the work that Huron will do when we come back before you in May, to talk for the first time publicly about how we see the work that we're doing to confirm unified accreditation and identifying the opportunities that we think are possible with that, how that informs the visioning work that we're doing, the input that we're gathering from the universities as we go through this campus visit series, and what that says about what we think the initial foundation should be for a strategic plan. So that's the first big touch point. It's what we promised that we would bring to the board by May. And it coincides with finalizing the NETCHI self-study, which we expect to submit to NETCHI in June. So there's a lot of intentionality behind how we've laid out these initial steps of engagement with Huron, all pointing toward the first report that we'll bring to you in May of the work that I've just described. So I'll pause there. I'm happy to invite questions about strategic planning. And after we've done that, I'll turn it over to Jeff St. John.
Any questions? I don't hear any. So it looks like you did a great job on covering that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say briefly how great it's been to actually meet trustees who I hadn't met before in person over the last 2 days. It's a far cry from the Zoom experience. I learned from Trustee Donnelly yesterday afternoon that I'm taller than he thought that I was. and Trustee Riley learned from me that she's taller than I thought she was. I don't really have anywhere to go with that, except maybe to congratulate Trustee Riley and myself on being unexpectedly tall.
It might be a better indicator that we slouch.
Could be it. A couple of updates for you today in 3 areas. First, briefly, the NETCHI self-study. Secondly, preparations for the fall visit, the evaluation in October. And then thirdly, unified catalog. I'm pleased to say that we will share the 3rd and final draft of the self-study with the UMS community on Friday, May 13th. On that day, instead of the Word versions of the document that the community has seen in the 2 previous publicly shared drafts, they will see 100-page narrative plus the 2 complete sets of data required by the commission, in-text photos, charts, graphs, tables, and the appendices. So our intent is to put the 95% complete version forward for the community's review on May 13. And importantly, in the format in which the eventual final product will appear. And that's for a couple of reasons. First of all, to give everyone a chance to see what it will look like when it's finished. It'll have a draft across the top on May 13, but it will be formatted as it will be when we eventually submit it. Secondly, the timing, mid-May allows a couple of more weeks, especially while faculty are still on contract, but also for administrators and staff to share final thoughts, comments, catch omissions, and help us improve the self-study to the furthest extent before we finalize it. And a third point is that by putting it into the format that we intend to publish it in, we're creating for our editorial team and for our data groups quite a bit of compressed work over the next several weeks, but then comparatively much less work on the back end. So after May 13, we get feedback. We'll give a week to 10 days for the community to share their final thoughts. We'll then be able to make our remaining edits and very rapidly move the product into final production, working with the terrific team in UMaine Marketing Communications to achieve that. And I will say, to confirm what you just heard from Jim, we remain fully on track to complete the self-study by June 15. When it is finished and it's met with the approval of the presidents and the chancellor, we will share it with the entire UMS community. We will ship it to NECHI, and then a few weeks later, right around August 1st, we'll send it to the members of the team that will be visiting us in October. Typically, you give them at least 6 weeks to read it in advance. By giving them 8, we'll be starting off on what I hope is the right foot with that group. So that's where we are as of today. The only other thing to share is that I'll have to revise upward a number that the chancellor and I have both previously shared with you. I think by the end, over 145 members of the UMS community will have contributed to the self-study in some way. Faculty, staff, administrators on every campus at the law school and in the system office and system staff contributing to that work. Secondly, another positive update to share with you. NECHI has identified the chair of the visiting team who will be joining us and leading the team that will be evaluating us in October. Dr. Ross Gattell is president of Bryant University in Smithfield, Rhode Island. He is an economist and public policy expert by training and by reputation. He's taught in the course of his career at the New School for Social Research in New York, at Harvard University, and had a long career at the University of New Hampshire, both as a faculty member and an administrator, and also served for nearly a decade as president of the community college system of New Hampshire. Because of Dr. Gattell's long familiarity with New England higher education, and because of his professional experience and reputation, we were very pleased that the commission recruited him for this leadership of the evaluation team. And we're very happy that he'll be directing the team that will evaluate us in the fall. We've arranged a preliminary visit with Dr. Gattell. He'll be here in Orono in late May to meet with the chancellor, the president's council, and system staff to begin working out planning and logistics for October. The chair of the visiting team, by long-standing NECHI policy, controls the schedule for the visit, but we will be asking for a couple of things and frankly seeking to work that out with him while he's here in May. First, and very importantly, we'll be asking that at least one member of what will likely be his 8-person team, that at least one member of the visiting team physically visit all of our universities and our law school while they're with us. We think it's of considerable importance that the team actually sets foot on all of our campuses and has a chance to interact in some way in person with faculty, staff, students, just even by walking across the campus, spending part of what's a very compressed time frame visiting with all of us. Secondly, and somewhat relatedly, it's typical when one institution is being reviewed for there to be one-hour open meeting for faculty, one for students, one for staff. We will be seeking multiple meetings, in particular for faculty with the visiting team. We will not get 7 meetings, one for every university and then one for the law school faculty. There won't be enough time in the schedule for that. But we will be asking for more than one meeting to give all of our faculty ample opportunity to interact with the visiting team if they would like to do so. And then third update, unified catalog. And what I'll say about that is really the most positive news of the day for me to share with you. In April and early May, the project team for Unified Catalog and I will be working with faculty on every campus in a review of the first set of proposed academic policy alignments and improvements that I've initially shared with you, summarized for you at the January meeting. Specifically, we're seeking to align policies and improve practices that in areas where students, faculty, registrars, and others have persistently encountered barriers over the years. The primary areas we're starting with are policies in and around transfer activity for students, and relatedly, the residency requirement across our institutions. And I could say a whole lot more about that, but there isn't enough time today. What's important is that over the past 6 weeks, I've had a chance to speak with our law school faculty and with faculty groups at all of our universities, except for Machias, which is coming up next week. And those have been terrific conversations. I've been grateful for President Zakis, Provost Uzi, President Hadeen, and other leaders who've been part of those conversations with faculty about the unified catalog work. We have a plan in place to bring forward a proposed set of changes based on prior faculty feedback and the work of the project team that I'm working with for review by faculty through whatever process is appropriate to each faculty at each university of the proposed set of changes, take their feedback, and then ultimately make a set of recommendations to the presidents and the chancellor for improvements in these areas. Really thereby developing a truly unified system-wide approach to moving forward in areas where faculty have identified in a faculty shared governance process, ways that we can improve what we do for the benefit of students and for the benefit of faculty themselves, and for the benefit of helping people to have access and opportunity and succeed at our universities. And I will say that my conversations with the faculty have been very revealing. I'm reminded every time I talk to a group of faculty, first of all, how smart they all are. And secondly, how they can ask very, very good, very direct questions. But I can say every conversation I've had has been constructive and good and very helpful in developing and further refining this work. And I'll just close by saying this, this work of developing a cross-campus, a cross-system method for looking at ways that we can work together to coordinate around academic policy. It's really at the core of what the Unified Catalog Initiative is pursuing. It's also fundamentally a unified accreditation step forward for all of us. Yesterday in a conversation about student success led very ably by Associate Vice Chancellor Dorsey, at one point, Trustee Bartholomew said, what we really need is a frictionless process for bringing students into our universities. And then Trustee Donnelly said, and we need to really focus on first to second year retention of our students. Through the work we're doing with Unified Catalog, I can assure you I can draw a straight line between a frictionless process and improving first to second year retention in the way that the Chancellor has asked us to work on, the way that the presidents are all attuned to. If we can remove barriers in and around student academic activity, we will improve outcomes for students. We will improve time to degree. We will improve retention. We will improve the student experience. We will also immeasurably improve the experience for our faculty in the work that they do on their own campuses and in the multi-university programs and partnerships that they're involved in. That's my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jeff. Very good. Any questions or comments?
Trustee Gardner.
Yes. Go ahead.
Great presentation and gives a lot of transparency in terms of what your next steps are and what you've been working on. So thank you. And I'm just curious, what's the catalog? And this may be premature, but what's the catalog's kind of design to sort through what classes, if we make adjustments to those, et cetera? That's probably going to have to be census.
So what we're doing is creating linkages between the respective catalogs of the universities. Okay. The universities won't lose their catalogs, but we have a number of gaps between the catalogs or barriers between the catalogs right now, Trustee Bartholomew, that make it very difficult for students and faculty and registrars and professional advisors and financial aid directors to help students do business across one or more of our universities. So the linkages we're trying to provide are mostly, they're not promotional, they're not very flashy. And if we do it right, most students won't know what we're doing, won't notice what we're doing. but it will improve their access, improve their opportunity, and remove obstacles they face right now for things as simple as taking one class at another university in our system and transferring it back to their home institution. That's what we're starting with. And from there, we will identify other areas where we think alignments are possible. And again, work with faculty through this same process that we've developed this spring.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much, Jeff. Jim?
So with apologies, I warned you earlier, this does have a slide deck that we will go through over the next few minutes. And as Heather is getting that up, and thank you for that, Heather. I just wanted to thank Jeff for that great presentation. I hope it's evident why we have such great confidence in having Jeff lead and organize the effort to finalize and confirm our unified accreditation status, to carry forward unified catalog. He typifies so many of the colleagues, the quality and depth of the colleagues that we work with in the system and in our universities. So it's a great pleasure to work with him. So this item is a summary and it's a discussion item. It's an information item. There's no action on the board agenda regarding this item today. But we're bringing it to you as a discussion and information item because we do expect to bring a request back to the board in May. It will come first to the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for a more in-depth presentation and seeking that committee's recommendation for full board approval, which we will then come back to the board at the May meeting to discuss some initial structure and governance framework issues that we have around one of the key initiatives of the Harold L. Fund grants that were announced in October 2020. So if I can just briefly summarize and ground us in this discussion, then I'll turn to my colleague, President Freeney Mundy, as I see her stepping away. Oh, okay. Sit closer. Good. Okay. We have meetings before the board meetings and before the agenda is released that we call choreography meetings, so that we plan and talk through the agenda and who's responsible for what, but we don't actually script out every presentation. So what we will have here over the next couple of minutes in the discussion of this item is something that I'll start, but I want to note it's work that very importantly involves the two presidents of the involved universities for the topic we're discussing, the University of Maine, the University of Southern Maine, and their provosts are here as well. And all of us were involved with the chancellor in developing the document, the MOU that's referenced here on the slide. So although I will start the presentation, I will ask President Freeney Mundy to join at certain parts. And all of us, the two presidents, Presidents Cummings, President Freeney Mundy, and the provosts, Provost Fallon and Provost Uzi, are available to discuss or answer questions as well. Let me talk first about the broad goals. I mentioned earlier, of course, that this is one of the key initiatives that's funded by the Harold L. Fund Foundation grants that were announced in October 2020. With respect to engineering, the grant was a challenge grant of $75 million over the next 12 years to be matched by an additional $75 million in federal and state grants, bonding resources, and corporate and private philanthropy and scholarships, all to significantly expand the reach, not only of engineering in the state, but computing and information sciences, and to bring them together in ways that complement each other. As we began discussions with the L. Fund Foundation about these needs, it was clear that we needed to double the graduates in these areas, double faculty, double research funding, significantly upgrade and expand the facilities and infrastructure we have within the system in these areas. At the same time, we wanted to take the opportunity to bring a renewed focus and increase focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion in these areas in the STEM fields, to expand existing and create new collaborative degree programs, to expand our links to the K-12, community colleges, industries. Everything that you see on this slide is all meant to be captured in the work that we're in the early planning stages of, and for which the L. Fund Foundation committed $75 million of their own resources challenging us to raise an additional $75 million from all of the different funding sources that I talked about earlier. And what I want to talk about, just to give a little precedent here, I've mentioned a couple of times already, the grant for this initiative, which we call MESIS, the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Sciences, is $75 million from the Alfond Foundation, the $75 million match. The very first STEM centers in the United States in higher education were created much the same way we're going about to create the MESIS initiative. In 1847, there was a gift of $50,000 to Harvard to create the Lawrence Scientific School. It was the first STEM-based higher education center in the United States in higher education. A year later, there was a similar gift, $130,000 at Yale University to launch the Sheffield Scientific School. And it came about, as I said, much the same way the Alfond initiative is coming about here, with private entrepreneurs with significant resources partnering with higher education institutions to launch centers that the institutions might not have had the resources or the will to launch on their own. Just to put this in perspective, the gift of the Alfond Foundation at $75 million is roughly 43 times what the Harvard gift was in 1847, adjusted for inflation, and 16 times the Yale gift. So this is really significant in terms of historical precedent and the context of private philanthropy, entrepreneurial support, the business community partnering with higher education to incentivize the creation and the advancement of new ways of approaching education in the STEM fields. So this really does go back a long way, and we're at the current and future end of this spectrum, but I just wanted to share that context. I thought that was interesting history for us to have. Joe, do you want to talk about this part?
Thank you, Jim. So as Jim has described, we have, of course, an agreement with the Harold Alfond Foundation that is written actually at a relatively general level, but it is clear that there is shared commitment to a serious investment, again, one that will benefit the entire state and will benefit the entire system to essentially increase the production of graduates in the fields of engineering, computing, and information science. And we have enormous need of doing that in the state of Maine. So here are the steps that have been laid out and lined up for MESIS, which is the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science. Today, we bring you this as an information item. In the next meeting of the board, we will bring the proposal to rename the University of Maine College of Engineering as the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science. We will be, of course, seeking faculty and program participation from the University of Maine School of Computing and Information Science, which currently it is a separate entity, and at the University of Maine, it's part of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. So we will be engaging with that unit here at UMaine, and then with various entities in computer science or information science or computing and information science across the system. But at the first step of this renaming and organization of MESIS, what we are proposing to the board is that the University of Southern Maine Department of Engineering would be named a part of MESIS as a partner division within MESIS. And the idea there, in general, is to recognize that the programs that are in place at the University of Maine in engineering, as well as computing and information science, and that are in place at the University of Southern Maine, which is a department consisting of mechanical engineering and electrical and computer engineering, that those do need to work in a synergistic way from the beginning here as we bring more intentional statewide visibility to what we're offering in engineering, at least in this portion of the discussion. Engineering is the focus. And as we work to serve the state well and look to the future and think about programmatic innovation, Provost Uzi just told me of another program idea that she'd like to see included. We need to be constantly looking to the future in the engineering fields, because the needs change. Interdisciplinarity becomes more and more critical in engineering, together with the foundational fields of engineering as we know them well. Engineering is a nationally accredited field, and so we watch what the accreditor, what ABET, is seeking relative to expectations for knowledge, skills, and capabilities of students coming out of engineering programs. And maybe most importantly for this, companies across the state of Maine are seeking partnership, help, and engagement in the engineering fields. And so we want to be as modern and as forward-looking as we can be, and we want to bring together the energies and capabilities of what we have across the system to do that for the state of Maine with this investment. So we'll look at those synergies both across our universities within engineering, and then also, of course, engineering and computing and information science. That's another set of conversations that's underway. That is very interesting to be watching. Many engineering schools across the country over the years have shifted to become schools of engineering, computing, and information science for good reasons. Many universities have separate freestanding schools or colleges of information science or of computer science. We're not at a point to do that. What's interesting about all of these fields, engineering, computing, and information science, is that they are all cutting across multiple disciplines today, because the applications that are needed in fields as diverse as forestry or marine science, and even in a number of social science enterprises, they require this kind of expertise from across these different fields. We just want to be a place that's out ahead of that and making that possible easily. What we eventually envision with Mises will be that all campuses in the system, even the law school, will have some sort of connection to the college in various ways. That our partners would also include the community college system. We're hearing overtures from them about ways in which we can take some of their programs that are at the technological area level and move them into opportunities for four-year degrees, which we'd like to have be easily accessible statewide. And we've talked earlier today about the importance of K through 12 education and how we can connect in that domain as well. So the sorts of partnerships that we envision both include institutions of education and also the private sector and state government partners who are already so interested in seeing such a need for increased numbers. We think this will be beneficial to all units, but this is a fairly major change for our system. And so we wanted to bring this to you today to help you be aware of where we're trying to go and what we're hoping to do. Already quite a lot of work has happened in Mises. There are committees that are system-wide that have been including folks from University of Southern Maine Engineering, computing representatives across the entire system, UMane's School of Computing and Information Science. You see the list here, but a number of our external advisors as well. College of Education here at UMaine has a Dean's Advisory Council. Members of that group have been active. Educate Maine, programs from within our College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and more. So these workshops have been going on now for several months. There is good work, I think, underway about what the vision for this new entity or this newly constructed combination entity will be. And it's really very exciting at that level to be thinking about the vision and mission and making a difference in these fields. This goes into more detail about what those committees are. And I would like to say that a cross-cutting area is diversity, equity, and inclusion. As you may be aware, the fields of engineering, computing, and information science are not as representative of our nation's population as they need to be, in my opinion. We do not have sufficient numbers of women, of people of color, of other groups that have been traditionally underrepresented in these areas. We need to make sure that we represent all of the sorts of groups and entities that have a part in this area. So the DEI committee is very active. We had a talk fairly recently from Charles Isbell, a wonderful faculty member from Georgia Tech, to talk to us specifically about DEI within engineering and computer science. Lots of engagement, lots of input. It's a very deliberative process, but a next step does need to be this renaming. I'm going to let Jim start to talk about this.
So the slide up now is a summary of the written document that is included in your materials. The Memorandum of Understanding was a document that was put together at the request of the USM engineering faculty to essentially put in writing, if you will, a commitment for what our initial thinking is on the relationship, the partnership relationship that we envision the USM Department of Engineering having with a MESIS, a renamed UMaine College of Engineering. I want to be very clear. If you had a chance and took the time to read through all of the written materials that we provided with this particular item, there is anxiety about what does it mean to have a college from one university, a significantly resourced college, very high quality graduate education, research, the UMaine College of Engineering. What does it mean for a Department of Engineering at another university to partner with or participate with or be part of that college? We talk about shared governance a lot in higher education, and that typically means the faculty participate in forming curriculum and academic policy, and the administrators of the institution defer to the faculty input on those issues. I would propose that we're talking about a new type of shared governance when we talk about this arrangement, a sharing of governance between universities in a single academic enterprise, a single College of Engineering that combines programs, departments from multiple universities. We don't have the governance model quite worked out yet. The conversations we've had reflect that there is a lot of anxiety about how we do that and how each university's contributions are appropriately recognized. The MOU is an initial commitment of how we envision that framework. A lot of the written materials that accompany it in your agenda pack reflect the anxiety that I've just described here, but they also provide the seeds for input that we're looking for. And the reality that we're here today only to talk about this, not to ask you for a vote at this time, but to reflect on what we've seen, to reflect on the questions you may have for us, the discussion we'll have here, to accept additional input from our university partners as we think about the right way to frame this proposal and bring it back to you in May. I want to be clear, President Freeney Monday and I received a memo this morning, I think, on email with additional thoughts about strengths and weaknesses of this proposal. So we are very intentional in seeking input from the universities and the departments who will be involved in this new entity. What the MOU reflects right now, though, is that we do expect to come to you in May to ask for a renaming of the University of Maine College of Engineering. We do expect to ask for a formal participation and partnership of the USM Department of Engineering in that entity. We will expect to bring forth some initial thoughts on how we can have a shared governance relationship between the universities, between the college at the departmental level, with USM's 2 departments of engineering and the mirror departments, if you will, at the University of Maine. We want to be clear in what we committed to in this MOU as well. Things that we heard were very important to the faculty and to USM, and that is that USM have the ability to continue offering a USM engineering degree, that USM faculty continue to be USM faculty, that the USM Department of Engineering continues to be administered within USM. So what we expect to bring to you in May will be our best effort to demonstrate that we can come up with the right shared governance model for the entity that we are proposing to carry forward with this. Another thing that we heard and saw in much of the written input that we provided to you was concern that faculty would lose their shared governance responsibility for curriculum decisions. I want to be clear, faculty will retain shared governance responsibility for curriculum. I think that was reflected in some of the previous slides that you saw. And again, transparency is important. Reflection is important. We are creating something new. We are bringing multiple universities together in a single academic enterprise in ways that have not been done before. So we want to be very intentional and very reflective and very transparent about how we're doing that. Again, just a summary of the input that you'll see reflected in the written materials that are available with this agenda item. Feedback from the USM and UMaine Faculty Senates, the steering committee of MESIS and the Organization and Structure Working Group, AFM, the faculty union. The UMS Faculty Governance Council was asked to provide feedback, but has not yet had the time on their calendar to provide that. We hope to have that before May. We've had a couple of good discussions with the Chief Academic Officers Council, the provosts of the universities, and continuing an ongoing engagement with the USM and UMaine faculty senates. I want to be clear again, I've said this a couple of times already, we will honor shared governance, not just in the new ways that I talked about, coming up with a model of shared governance between universities for this entity, but also with respect to faculty retaining control of the curriculum. So the next steps, which we've alluded to over the course of this presentation, we do expect to come back to you in May with the request on the renaming. Maybe Joan, you want to talk about the dean search? Okay.
So many of you know that Dean Dana Humphrey, the longtime dean of the University of Maine College of Engineering, has announced his retirement. It coincides, by the way, with the completion of our new University of Maine Furland Engineering Education and Design Center. If you have been out and about on the campus, you'll see how well the building is coming. But at the same time as Dean Humphrey steps down, there is the need to recruit a new dean and to not lose the momentum that's been established over his term as dean, and now that is possible with this new enterprise. So the dean search has been launched. I'm not sure exactly when the first ad goes out, John. Yesterday, okay. And the new search calls for applications and nominations to be the dean of the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science, in accord with what you've been hearing already today. We had extensive conversations with a number of groups in preparing the call for that dean search, and a great deal of input. Provost Vollen is leading that enterprise, and he could answer questions if you have them about that process. A second step is to be sure that that we are carefully examining the feedback that has come in from many different groups concerning the MOU, but more generally concerning governance and the plans for Mises going forward. And all of that feedback has been synthesized for a first pass, and we're continuing to look at it as it continues to come in, so that we're able to then really move forward with the steps in the details of governance together with our faculty colleagues over time. Curricular matters are the domain of faculty. That's well understood and agreed upon throughout this conversation. We have not yet seen much coming forward relative to curriculum in Mises, but we expect that as the faculty groups work forward, there'll be proposals for new programs or changes in programs, and we look forward to seeing that happen. Right now, for computing and information science system, representatives across our campuses are still working on what the framework would be for their participation. That includes our School of Computing and Information Science here at the University of Maine, but other departments and individual groups across the system. So that's a work in progress. We will be requesting approval from ASA and then the board in May of 22, as we've said now, for the renaming of the University of Maine College of Engineering, and also for the confirmation of the University of Southern Maine Department of Engineering partnership with Mises as defined in the MOU. And then again, curricular details, further program and governance details to come. But we're very excited about being able to seek a dean who would have the breadth and depth and energy really to move this forward. So that's where we are with this. That may be it, Jim. Okay, so it happened when you don't rehearse enough. Okay, so that's the last slide, and we're pleased to take questions.
Yes, any questions or comments for either Joan or Jim on this? Go ahead, Trustee Ames.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim and Joan. So if another campus decides they wanted to join Mises, that would be permissible.
That would be welcomed, yes.
That would be welcome and permissible. If they wanted to name themselves Mises also, would that be permissible?
What does that mean?
Well,
sorry.
So we are renaming the UMaine College of Engineering, Mises. If another university wanted to rename their College of Engineering Mises, could they?
I think we need to look at that and understand what that would mean. And in particular, if it's been done with the UMaine College, then how would the relationship be established? But
well, right, and I, if I'm understanding your question correctly, we obviously wouldn't have two So it would only be with intentional coordination and intention that we would, of course, it depends on the programs that we're talking about, the university and how they, what the, Joan likes the word complementarity is between the existing programs that are participating in NESIS and what the university that has programs that they would suggest should partner with NESIS. I would see it, we've talked a lot about terminology because words matter, phrases matter. And the one that seems to resonate most and create the least anxiety is partnership and participation. So we do expect there to be intentional and formal participation in what we've already proposed, and we would invite and welcome and expect additional participation from like programs around the system as NESIS develops. And we would evaluate at the time how to do that in a way that's efficient, that doesn't duplicate resources, that is complementary to the programs that are already offered through the entity. That's how I would understand the issue if we went forward on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Trish.
This is an important step forward, and I appreciate that there's some history that informs this work. And we ought to recognize that it is a new day and we won't repeat history that is worrisome to folks. But I do worry that as important as it is to assure the integrity of these two programs, and as you've talked through to talk about the integrity of the two campuses, the two universities, I also think one of the factors as you think about how this evolves has to be efficiency and effectiveness. How effective is this governance? Is it a clear set of responsibilities that everybody understands who does what? And does it build more administrative layers at a cost that we can't afford? So I think that has to be part of the conversation. Well, and I want to be clear, I recognize the importance of the integrity of the two universities, but I think that has to be a big part of the discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Riley. I would agree. And I think when we keep in mind what we're seeking to do for the students of our undergraduate programs, and by the way, we've not mentioned graduate education, but that's another component here, and a number of graduate programs that are based at UMaine we'd like to make much more readily available statewide. Sometimes when this kind of integration happens, there's space for efficiency. Other times we invent whole new ways of thinking about going forward with the work, and I would expect we'll see all of that. A lot of that will depend, I believe, on programmatic proposals as they come through for either a new degree or for some new kind of partnership within degrees. But it's a great reminder. Thank you.
Trustee Irwin?
Yeah, thank you both for bringing this to us and bringing some helpful clarity with regard to where we're trying to go and kind of what the things are to be worked out to get there. Whatever comes back to us, I'm just speaking for myself, I would say if it's May and I'm still here, that, and I know you're doing this, but I just want to say my lens is going to be, is the student at the center of every one of these decisions. And whatever gets worked out in terms of the two larger campuses with regard to allocation of responsibility, that has to be worked out, and that's a collaborative give and take process. I'm glad to see that it's underway. But ultimately, this board, I think, has got to look at that with the student at the center. And it goes to Trustee Riley's point about, as efficient as it can be without sacrificing overall quality and access for students as the most important part of this. So I worry sometimes that when we talk about administration and who's in charge of what, who reports to whom, and that sort of thing, the student just kind of fades out of that picture, and we should never allow that to happen. So I appreciate how you're working all through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you very much. Good information. We're going to move through the agenda here, and before we take our lunch break, we're going to have Brian come up and give his report. That will probably go around 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will jump right in. I have 3 items to cover this morning. I'm going to start with investment income, the FY22 budget forecast. I do have 1 slide for that, and then I'll wrap up with just a quick update on where we are in the FY23 budget. So let me start with investment income. These are on page 179 of your board materials. Your board materials include January investment results for the 3 UMS portfolios. The update will include February results and preliminary March results through Thursday. For the calendar year to date, we continue to see significant market volatility with negative equity and fixed income returns due to high inflation, rising interest costs, and other geopolitical events. The managed investment pool with a market value of 440 million saw a loss of 4.6% in January, an additional loss of 1.7% in February, bringing the fiscal year to date loss through the end of February to 2.7%. The pension plan with a market value of 24 million saw a loss of 3.9% in January, an additional loss of 1.1% for February, bringing fiscal year to date loss there through the end of February down to 0.5%. And finally, the operating fund with a market value of 389 million and a more conservative asset allocation experienced a loss of 1.2% in January, 0.4% in February, for a fiscal year to date loss of 3.3 million. Through Thursday, with 3/4 of our managers reporting, March had lost an additional 1.7 million, bringing our fiscal year to date losses compared to budget down to $7.3 million. Wanted to note, while we're certainly hopeful that those investments will turn around, in the event that they do not, we will need to account for those losses. We've experienced losses 2 times in recent years. 2015, we experienced investment losses of 3.5 million. 2016, we experienced losses of another 500,000. Again, if that trend continues, we will take any losses we experience from the system's budget stabilization fund. Losses at this level, coupled with the proposed transfers as part of the FY22 and 23 budgets, do have the potential for severely depleting that account, potentially even getting us down to a 0 balance if trends continue. On that note, I do have 1 slide. I want to go over the forecast, and this is in spreadsheet format. It's in page 190 in your materials, and it just seemed very difficult for me to talk through this one without you being able to see that in front of you. So here today to present the second of the 3 forecasts that we do annually to budget. I'll be presenting the final one in May. For those of you that participated in our marathon FFT session last week, thank you for that, first of all. Nothing in this forecast will be a surprise. We spent a little bit of time talking about 2022 in those conversations, and this forecast tracks that. It also tracks the forecast largely that I presented to you in January. That forecast and this one show FY22 has been very challenging. While the COVID impact has started to subside, we are still feeling the impact on our campuses. Our budgets this spring reflect students that chose to take a year off. Our residence hall occupancy rates reflect students that chose to take advantage of remote options. Our reserve balances are smaller because we're continuing to cover costs of COVID. So let me start with this forecast and draw your attention to the budget column. So going back to the budget this board approved last May, we started out with an initial gap of roughly $10 million, a gap that we resolved through a combination of federal, campus, and system funds. Today, if you look in the highlighted column, that gap is nearly $24.4 million. It is down about $2.3 million from January. The growth in that gap from 10 million up to the 24 million is largely attributed to a couple of points, and I've talked about these before. The first one is enrollment. As is the case every year, we make budget projections in May. When we get to the fall, sometimes those are right on track, and sometimes they need a little bit of adjusting. I'll give the campuses and Robert and his team huge credit, much closer to projections than we've had in the past, but nonetheless, we did require some adjustments. The second one, and certainly by far the largest one, is the bargaining agreements approved by the board and those that are on your agenda for later today. Again, as I've said before, and I really want to emphasize this, not in any way suggesting the blame for the gap is on those bargaining agreements. It's just the reality that if you go back to January of 2021, when we were in the process for developing a 2022 budget. At that time, we were asked by our friends in state government how we were going to handle a $10 million a year reduction. That's the economic state that we were in at that particular time. And so when we built those budgets, we assumed if we were looking at losses like that, deappropriations like that, no way that we would be able to afford large or any kind of increase. And so we built those budgets assuming a 0% increase. Lots of things have changed since then. We've got additional appropriations from the state, which we're incredibly grateful for. But just in reality, if you're looking at comparing A to B, that is the reason for the growth. So that's the rolled up version. Let me just touch on a couple of campuses to give you some detail, and then certainly happy to answer any questions as I go through. I always start with the University of Maine since they're always at the top of these spreadsheets. Again, original budget about $1.5 million off. We saw that grow in the first forecast to nearly $9 million. It has come all the way down to about $6.7 million. The campus is proposing to resolve that with a transfer from campus reserves of the same $6.6 million. You can see all the way over on the right. That gets them back to a balanced budget. So that's kind of how you read this document. Touch on, again, just a couple of more. University of Maine at Farmington, again, starting off with a budget gap of about $3 million. That gap has grown to $5.3 million. The campus has about $2 million left in federal funds, a small reserve piece from early college, and is looking for, you can see in the notes below, the board has previously approved a transfer to Farmington of about $1.5 million. We are recommending as part of the budget process that will work its way through FFT and eventually back to this committee in May, that we increase that transfer up to the $3 million that you see here. That still leaves a modest gap that we'll need to work with the campus on. I'll drop down to Presque Isle. Started off with a $1.2 million gap. That gap has grown to about $2.5 million. They're proposing to use $650,000 of federal funds that are reimbursing the campus for lost revenue. And they are looking for a transfer from the budget stabilization fund of approximately $1.8 million. That is a new request that the committee discussed last week and we'll discuss again in April as well. And then finally, just note, always look for the happy news in here. So let me give credit to Maine Law. Started off with a gap of about $1.9 million, as they have done for, I believe, each of the last 3 years. They typically use less than they ask for because Nicole and her team do a fabulous job of managing that budget. They are requesting a transfer now of about $1.7 million to close the gap right there. I touched on temporary investment income. You can see even in the time that we printed out this sheet, we lost another $1.7 million in investment income just by the time it got to the printers. And so that number is updated here as well. I'll note it's not right here in front of you. Does this have all 3 slides?
No, this is the
Okay, I don't need it then. If in your materials, there is a 3rd slide that comes with the forecast, and I just note per public law 2011 chapter 616, we are required to periodically update the board on sponsorships, donations, travel, and there you go, thank you. And as you can see here, those budget lines are well below budget, at least through late February. You'll have another of these updates as we work our way through the budget process. Any questions on the forecast before I shift over to 2023? And I'll come back at the end and can take all the questions if there are some then as well.
Right. Will you sort of comment on where you see the stabilization fund ending up at the end of this discussion?
Yeah, I'll come back right after 2023. Make sure to remind me if I forget. We can take this one down, Heather. Thank you. Wanted to close by talking a little bit about where we are for the 2023 budget. So we started the budget build way back in the late summer of 2021. Several months later, and certainly lots of work in between, we presented the initial preview of that budget to FFT last Wednesday. Committee members patiently listened and asked questions over the course of a full day. A huge thanks to the presidents and their teams for all of the great work and all of the prep that went into those presentations. I think the chair mentioned this in some of our comments, and I certainly, having done this 7 or 8 times now, thought it was the best series of presentations. Doesn't mean that we don't have challenges, but I certainly thought the campuses did an excellent job of presenting those. So what's next? We will be meeting with the FFT committee on April 19th for a few hours in work session. This is primarily a chance for the committee to ask questions. It will not be a presentation day. We'll cover a couple of topics that came up in the meetings, but largely this will be an opportunity for the committee. We will be back with FFT again May 4th. Hopefully we'll come out of that meeting with a favorable vote. And then we will be back here on May the 23rd, looking for a vote from the full board in support of the 2023 budget. All of that, as we've learned over the last 2 years, is subject to change. We've thought we were going to present budgets to you in May a couple of times over the last few years, and have had to push those off a few times. So that gets me through the presentation to Trustee Irwin's comment. Really, a lot of that, a lot of where we end up is going to depend on what's going on with temporary investment income. If I can set that aside for just a minute. We made a couple of transfers at the end of last year when temporary investment income was very positive. We got our budget stabilization fund balance up to about 21.5 million. We were able to fund a couple of critical IT investments. The transfers that we're proposing in 2022 to Presque Isle, to Farmington, and to Maine Law, we think are absolutely critical. Far too late in the fiscal year for deep cuts like that, 7-figure cuts. For 2023, those of you that participated in the FFT session, we had actual requests from the campuses that far exceeded the amount of funds that we had available. We wanted to leave a balance in there, even setting aside what's going on in the stock market. We wanted to ideally leave a balance of at least 10 million. In order to do that, for the campuses that requested funds in 2023, the best we could do was at least initially put those in at roughly 55% of what the campuses requested. That left us with a balance of about 10.2 million. And then again, with the temporary investment income, if it stays right where it is, now we're down to 3. I think we're hopeful that, we'll be able to replenish some of that at the end of the year from other buckets of funds that remain unspent. But we continue to be very concerned about where that balance is. It obviously restricts our ability to assist campuses in 2024. And we spent a lot of time last Wednesday talking about the challenges that we have in 2024. I think we're hopeful that the COVID impact will go away, and that will be great. But we'll no longer be able to rely on federal funds. We don't have state funds coming in at the same level that we do. We may still have some testing costs there. And we have the one-time tuition piece that will go away in 2024. So things are certainly looking challenging in that year. And if our balance is as low as we're projecting, then it will just make things all the more challenging.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Ryan? On that?
My only comment, Chair Gardner, is that conservative approach right now seems important, that we have some levers to pull as we try to plan for the next 2 and 3 budgeting cycles. In terms of what levers can we pull, how can we fund our emergency resources or
Yes.
accounts as
Right.
well. That feels a sense of urgency there.
Yeah, we'll be able to give you a little bit better picture of when we present the budget for ideally final approval with this committee in May, or the board in May. We'll also present the 5-year multi-year financial analysis at the same time. So as you're looking and considering whether to approve that, we'll be able to give you a flavor of what things are looking like in the out years. We expect them to be challenging, but you'll at least have that information.
Yeah, you do a 5-year projection.
We do. We start with the first year of that will be 23, the year that we're
Yes.
asking you to approve, and then we'll do the next 4 years after that.
Which is very good, important to have. All righty, anyone else? Seeing none, Ryan, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We'll take a break for lunch and we'll start sharply at 12:50, back up again. We're going to start back up here in just a minute. So if you're,
For how long? 1 hour, 45, 30 minutes.
we're just waiting for people to come on back and we'll get started. Joan here? Where's Joan?
She's got a late start.
No problem. Yep. Okay. All righty. We're going to reconvene here with the meeting and get started. I want to thank the campus and the service for lunch. It was a very nice lunch. And sorry to rush people a little bit here, but we do have still quite a few important things to get to on our agenda. And we're trying to end for an end time around 2 or 3 o'clock today. So we're now going to move into action items, and we're going to start off with our tab number 10, which is the approval of the Maine Economic Improvement Fund annual report. And I think Joan, President Freeney Monday is going to start us off, and I see Jake is here too. So
Thank you, Trustee Gardner, and sorry, but more slides. The Maine Economic Improvement Fund, we've already discussed that a little bit today. One of the incredible advantages we have here in the state of Maine, great work by the legislature and continued support for it. And we are about to seek your approval of the fiscal year 2021 annual report, which you have in your materials. And we have a short PowerPoint. This is an annual report required by the legislature that we provide at around this time each year. And we've started the tradition in the last 2 or 3 years of bringing this to you because this explains the overall system engagement with this and the impact and the ROI. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Do we have, oh, the clicker, sorry. Okay, so I'll say a little bit about the role of this, but then I would like to introduce Jake Ward, who is the Vice President for Innovation and Economic Development at the University of Maine, and his office does manage the consolidation of information into this report. And what we'd like to do in this presentation is actually not so much go back through all the detail of the report because you have that in front of you, but rather remind everybody what the point of MEIF is, particularly with an anticipated increase, and really talk about how we're trying to think about the future here, give some ideas for where we're headed and what the goals and impacts might be going forward. So as you see here, it's a reminder of the original language and the intention of MEIF. It's about helping our system bring in external grants and contracts, again, about supporting R&D in the 7 sectors. That involves bringing in and retaining and supporting world-class researchers, having the right equipment, facilities, and instruments, looking all the way through to the creation of new products, patents, technologies, commercialization, companies, and job opportunities that go with that, and being an economic driver for the state of Maine. So those general principles govern our work with MEIF, and we constantly are looking to make sure that our impact is as strong as it can be within the state. If it's okay, I'm going to ask Jake now to move to the next slides to talk about the details of the impact on MEIF.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for having me here today to talk a little bit about this. I just also want to tee off that the recent success of the University of Maine being categorized as an R1 really dates back to the early 90s, mid 90s when this all started. And if it hadn't been for the continuous investment of MEIF and the infrastructure we built, we wouldn't have the ability to turn this around. So in this past year, FY21, even though pandemic, the 17.35 million from the state through the Maine Economic Improvement Fund did allow us to leverage about 98 million in federal awards. So that's pretty much an all-time record. So a lot of great work there. And that is in the 7 sectors, specifically the MEIF 7 sectors. It's not the total amount. You've seen total amounts bigger. So that's across primarily UMaine, USM, and then a few from the smaller campuses. So the work, it's an external source. It funds people, it funds students. We've got the numbers up there. A lot of student tuition, student stipends to participate in these programs as well. So it's a workforce activity. And then a lot of work is directly in support of private sector companies or small companies, startup businesses in the state of Maine and otherwhere. So over that period, the last period, 390 companies. And it builds infrastructure as well. A lot of these federal grants and contracts help us build all our capacity. They build labs, they build facilities. You've been through the advanced structures composite, you've been through some of the aquaculture, the tick lab and all things like that. Those continuously upgrading and building new equipment are built by that. Which one does this? Okay, I haven't rehearsed. But again, one of the things that we're trying to address here, those of you familiar with the measures of growth, the Maine Economic Growth Council's measure of growth, this is a very important slide to look at because it measures the R&D investment, the R&D activity in the state relative to New England, relative to other EPSCoR states, relative to the US overall. And one of the things that you see is that where we really lag in investment is in the industry type of investment. And that's because Maine is primarily a small business state. The large companies that we do have are divisions of other states. So there's not as much R&D being done in the state. So the University of Maine system really serve as the R&D labs for many of the private sector companies, the partnerships. So everything that we build, the capacity, why we do so much, that's much more on the applied side and the further out. Sorry, can't do 2 things at once anymore. First time standing in public and doing a public presentation in 2 years and totally lost it. So I apologize. Did Joan abandon me altogether? Were you going to talk about that? Were you going to talk about that one?
Right, I'll talk about this one because I already did
Yeah.
my last
Oh,
presentation,
okay.
which obviously Jake was not glued to his computer screen watching that, but it's all right. So yeah, we're statewide. This one I will take a minute on. Thanks, Jake, I didn't give him any warning. I just thought you'd heard enough from me probably, but that was great so far. And this one, I just want to point out that we do have a very rich context for our discussions about MEIF and for R&D. And we've mentioned measures of growth today. We have not mentioned the governor's climate action plan, but that's there. The University of Maine System R&D strategic plan produced in 2019, the governor's economic development plan, the 10-year plan, the Maine Economic Recovery Committee's report about innovation and growth. So we just really work within the MEIF activity to stay abreast of what's happening across the state. And all of this is part of what drives where we go.
The program does have objectives, and we've already kind of alluded to these. It's about bringing talent and resources and about elevating R&D. And so in the end, what we need to be sure about is that these are the objectives that we really wish to drive forward, and increasingly look for how we can show that the investment that we make in MEIF is doing all of that. So again, you see a couple of points here that I would bring out: fostering innovation in Maine's heritage industries and developing new markets and new products for these sectors. That's a place where we have a wonderful story to tell, particularly in the composites area. And you have, as Jake has mentioned, have visited ASCC and see their work, and it goes well beyond that. So you can read the report, you'll get a sense for the details. We do have some ideas about going forward that we'll start to broach and discuss, particularly if there's an increase in the concept of a grand challenge sort of model. And Jake and his team have been thinking quite a lot about this, but the idea that we really might solicit input from across the system, and through our partners, really, about what are the most critical problems right now in the state relative to those 7 sectors, and how might we foster engagement with those through the MEIF investment. Jake, you might want to add, and I think that wraps this up. We really wanted to give you a sense of the thinking as we go forward.
Yeah, and I would just add, for example, one of the grand challenges, if you're paying attention to PFAS right now, right? So PFAS is going on throughout the whole state, and Hannah Carter, our Dean of Extension, and a bunch of others have really assembled a cross-campus, cross-system team to start looking and working with the state at what does PFAS mean. And it's a pretty urgent issue for many people, whether they're larger farms, smaller farms, municipalities. There's a lot of emotion on all of that, and the science and technology is still not quite there yet. And so putting together a rapid response for that is one of the things that, because we have this installed capacity, because we've been working in these spaces for so many years and decades, that we can bring that team together and sort of look at those as a challenge. So again, being able to respond, we did a lot during the pandemic, doing that rapid response. And I would also say one of the things that we just finished putting together, $100 million request to EDA for the Build It Back Better regional challenge, which is focused on the forest bioeconomy. And again, it's assembled so many pieces at looking at the transition of the forest bioeconomy as an economic opportunity. So if we had not had this investment for the last 20 plus years, and I would extend great gratitude to every governor, every legislator, every administration that helped keep this alive and support it.
And so with that, we wanted you to have a flavor for the work that's been accomplished and for the thinking going forward. And I believe that the item before you is the approval of this year's report. But happy to take questions and to keep Jake here also to help with questions if you have.
Okay, any questions for Jake or President Frini Mundy? I know we have some trustees on the phone. Please, if you have any questions at any time, just speak right up. Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions. Well, so what I'm going to do now is I'll read the motion, read the text of the resolution and call for a motion to move it. So the text reads that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and approves the 2021 Maine Economic Improvement Fund Annual Report as presented. Could I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll ask our clerk to do a roll call on those that are on phone, and then we'll take a vote here in the room.
Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee Cates?
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo?
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly?
Yes.
And for here in the room, if those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Motion's carried.
Motion's carried. Thank you. We're going to now move to tab number 11, which is the University of Maine System 2022 tenure nominations. Now we have covered this in committees, and It's a large class this year, and it's something to celebrate, I believe. There are a total of 50 professors up for tenure, 28 from University of Maine, 14 from the University of Southern Maine, 3 from the University of Maine, Augusta, 3 from the University of Maine, Farmington, and 2 from the University of Maine, Presque Isle. I'm going, if there's any questions or comments on this, we take them at this time. Otherwise, I'll go to the motion. Seeing none, I'm going to read the text of the proposed resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the tenure nominations submitted by the University of Maine System. Approval will take effect September 1st, 2022 for faculty with an academic year appointment on July 1st, 2022 for the faculty with a physical year appointment. Moved and seconded down by the end there. They got it down, don't they? Yeah. Could you take a vote?
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Okay, those here in the room, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And congratulations to these folks. It's a tremendous accomplishment, and it's really what makes us who we are, is having the talent and the faculty that we have. So thank you very much for all that. We're going to move now to tab number 12. Tab 12 is the approval of the Board of Trustees meeting calendar for the fiscal year 2023 and for 2024. It's in our materials. Everybody's looked at it. I would assume, yes.
I just want to ask a question, which is, has someone gone through to make sure the meetings don't overlap with the Jewish holidays? I know that's something that has accidentally happened in the past. I just want to make sure we've deliberately, for the out years, have confirmed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Ellen has done that.
Thank you, Ellen. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Any other questions on the calendar from trustees?
And all holidays, I should just say, to be clear, but that was with the ones we had issues with in the past. I just want to be clear.
All kinds of days off.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read the proposed resolution and call for a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the Board of Trustees meeting calendar for fiscal year 2023 and for 2024 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Down with that.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
And for us trustees here, those that are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to it? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. Now, tab 13, which is quite important, where you have 3 new student representatives to the Board of Trustees, and it's great to have these student representatives, and they're very important voices that we need to hear from, and we value their input. So the new ones coming on for this upcoming term will be, we have one student from the law school, which is Lisa Prozinski, and I think maybe Dean Softly might say a few words about her.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. So let me just say I'm honored and delighted to introduce Lisa Prozinski as Maine Law's newest student representative. Lisa is a 2000 honors graduate from the University of Maine at Farmington. And before making the brilliant decision to return to Maine and to come to Maine Law, she had an impressive career in strategic planning, organizational advocacy, grassroots voter contact and campaign organizations. She has experience managing volunteers, coordinating political campaigns, and coordinating field organizers. Most recently, even today, she works with LPC Strategies leading strategic campaigns and leadership development. Lisa is finishing her 1L year, and we are very pleased that she will represent Maine Law with the board.
Thanks. Her term will go from March 2022 to March 2024.
Thank you.
From the University of Southern Maine graduate student, we have Sophie Patton, and I think President Cummings will introduce her or say a few words. No? Okay. I don't have anything on her either, so it's okay. Well, we're glad to have her on board.
We'll be ready in May.
And she will go also from March 2022 to March 2023 on this, in her case. Also, the third student rep is Adrian Mulrooney. We met Adrian yesterday. He is here from University of Maine, Farmington. Hi, Adrian. I don't know if President Cerner is on the phone. If he is, he may want to say a few words about Adrian. If not, we'll turn to Adrian and have him introduce himself again.
I am here, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. We are excited to bring forward Aidan Mulroney as our student representative to the Board of Trustees. Aidan is a freshman history major at UMS. He comes from a military family and has lived in a variety of places, including Tennessee, Alaska, Maryland, Florida, Germany, and Italy. Aidan is involved in theater, the collegiate leadership competition team, and I know my colleague Dean Softly will like this one, is planning to attend Maine Law after UMS. And that is our nomination, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, President Cerna. Aidan will be for his term will go from March 2022 to March 2024. So thank you, Aidan, for doing this. So what I'll do now is read the text of the resolution for the student representatives and call for a motion. Text of the resolution is that the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Oh, moved by Trustee Dobson over here.
Second.
And seconded by Trustee Riley. So, all right.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Okay, and for the trustees here, those in favor, we say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries, and welcome and thank you to the students for doing this. We look forward to having interactions with you as we go through the upcoming years. Now, tab 14, approval of the collective bargaining agreement with PAFTA. I'm going to call upon Vice Chancellor Thielen, who will give us an update on that, and then I'll go to the motion.
Sure. Thank you again, Chair Gardner. No PowerPoints for these two. The next two items. If I might just take a couple of minutes here in public and acknowledge, as we've done many times when we've taken advantage of the opportunity as Maine Law provides us to have confidential discussions of our labor negotiations progress. We've done that, so you're familiar with some of the terms that I'll summarize again here publicly, but I want to be clear that the work that we're calling upon you to approve now, to approve the part-time faculty collective bargaining agreement, tentative agreement, and then separately an agreement, a tentative agreement we've reached with the full-time faculty union AFM, represents the culmination of literally a year's worth of work, hard negotiation sessions, significant planning, significant disruptions from COVID and our financial challenges, as you heard from Vice Chancellor Lowe. But both of these tentative agreements that we're asking for your approval and authorization for the Chancellor to sign today do represent good compromises, good agreements that we feel advance important interests for the system. And are, again, the work of literally more than a dozen people working on behalf of the system and our universities on the management side of the table. But I want to compliment as well the people who represent their union partners on the union side of the table, because ultimately to reach these agreements, we have to agree on our common interests, we have to agree to make some compromises, and we have to agree. And we've done that now, and these last two agreements represent reaching agreement on all of our labor union negotiation contracts. So these are the final two of the series that we've been negotiating for more than a year. So my compliments for my part for everybody involved in the process. There are two separate items. I'll start first with tab 14, the tentative agreement summary for the PATFA contract, our part-time faculty union. Again, we've taken the opportunity in confidential executive session to discuss these tentative agreements with you, but I'll summarize them here for you publicly. The part-time faculty agreement that we've reached calls for 3% across the board in both of the fiscal years of the contract. Some additional benefits to comply with the Maine earned paid leave law, extended insurance benefits for surviving dependents, a joint task forces that will look at academic year appointments. I'll heads up to Vice Chancellor Placido. I'll ask him to comment on that in a moment. Some service list tier creation, evaluation changes, including an evaluation outcome of needs improvement. Our faculty partners in the system agreed that that was an important piece in the evaluation process to recognize in this contract. And then again, a joint task force to study various issues, including the 4 to 3 credit hour transition at Farmington that is going on. So again, we've summarized this agreement for you previously, and I'll invite Vice Chancellor Placido to talk about the academic aspects of the agreement.
Thanks, Jim. So first, I also want to offer my thanks to the bargaining team, both on the union side and the administrators. This has been going on for over a year. It took up a lot of their time, and this was on top of their normal duties. So really passionate group. I believe we solved a lot together, particularly in the PAPA group. We strengthened a relationship over that time. So kudos to everybody involved. One thing I'm particularly appreciative of them was their consideration to pull the annual year appointment discussion out from the contract so we could settle the contract, because this topic is just complicated. It involves HR practices and nuance and finance and budgeting and lots of things. And so we just need time to study this together so that we can get it right. But essentially what the annual year appointments already allow for, we want to improve the process. But when faculty are, part-time faculty are with us for a certain period of time, and in some cases years, we start to have a more formal agreement with them, so it's not so temporary, that they could count on some work. And makes sense to both parties. It's just a matter of dotting our I's and getting it right. So again, appreciate everybody's work on this, and really appreciate the time I've spent with the PAPFA folks and getting to know them. Great group of highly qualified and passionate part of our mission. So.
Any questions from trustees on the PATFA proposed tentative agreement? Again, the action item is to authorize the chancellor to execute the contract when it has been ratified by the PATFA unit.
Okay, so we'll do the PAFTA now and then AMPA. So the resolution reads that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee and authorizes the chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Maine Part-Time Faculty Association, also known as PAFTA, upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Could I have a motion to move?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded down there. Emily and
I thought someone over there moved it. I don't know. It's a competition now, I think.
it's hard.
But
I'm missing the Zoom hands.
I just want to move it along. Yeah.
Okay, got it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you do a?
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee Pate,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
And for the trustees here, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposition? The motion carries. congratulations, and that's a great piece of work to have done on that one. Well done. So now we'll take on the next one.
Sure, and I believe this is tab 28. Thanks again, Chair Gardner. And I would echo all of the thanks, all of the acknowledgement of hard work goes into this tentative agreement summary as well. And perhaps even more so, to put a finer point on it, the last public presentation that we had regarding the status of negotiations is that we expected to be continuing negotiations with our full-time faculty unit. We did have the opportunity to reach an agreement much more quickly than we anticipated. And AFM shared our interest in doing so that we could come forward with a special retirement incentive for faculty, which I'll briefly summarize in a moment. But that gave us an opportunity to be creative in how we would come up with a tentative agreement settlement, despite having some very tricky issues to work out, including a long-standing practice of making payments to certain faculty for distance ed teaching. That has been a very difficult issue that we've worked on in past negotiations. We've worked on in this negotiation, and we did not yet have a clear picture of what a resolution would look like. But the settlement that we're asking you to approve here to authorize the chancellor to sign upon AFM ratification would, first of all, allow us to go forward with a special retirement incentive that, again, I'll describe briefly in a moment, and create a special negotiation schedule to continue working toward resolution of the issue of distance ed payments with our AFM partners, with the agreed upon schedule of doing that until July 1st. If the parties believe we're making progress at that point, we can continue negotiating for a brief period, but if not, each party has statutory rights under Maine's labor law to pursue resolution of that issue. And that's how we decided to propose handling that with AFM. And that is incorporated into the tentative agreement that we're asking you to authorize today. On the economic basis, the agreement provides for 3% across the board increases retroactive back to July 1st of 2021. It creates a lecturer career path. Again, I'll look to my colleague, Vice Chancellor Placido, to talk about the academic ramifications of this. It creates slight increases to the dependent tuition waiver benefit that is available currently at 50%, but it would rise to 55% in the current fiscal year and 60% in the following fiscal year. And then provide some other benefits, recognition of the Juneteenth federal and state holiday, new language to comply with Maine's earned paid leave law, changes in the tiering of dental insurance coverage, non-discrimination language, and alternatives to teaching duties when there is a birth or adoption of a child in the faculty member's family. Importantly, as I said earlier, the distance education issue will be placed into a special negotiation schedule. Those are my words. That's not the technical phrasing that we'll use in the contract. But the bottom line is we're going to continue negotiating that issue to a resolution with AFM. And then finally, the special retirement incentive that this agreement allows us to proceed with would create an incentive for retirement in 2 stages for faculty who are 62 years of age with 10 years of continuous service, or 60 years of age with at least 20 years of service. The first election period would be by April 15th. For those wishing to retire by September 1st, they'd receive a lump sum contribution to their 403B retirement plan equal to 1 times their annual salary. The second period to choose retirement would be to elect by October 15th of this year, with the agreement of teaching through the next academic year, so retiring by September 2023. And those electing that retirement incentive would receive a contribution equal to 1/2 their annual salary at that time. So that is essentially the deal. I wonder if, again, Vice Chancellor Placido would like to speak to the academic component of that.
Yeah.
And then maybe heads up to Vice Chancellor Lowe if he'd like to offer comment on the financial parts of the agreement.
Thank you. Again, I know we're ready to be done with this meeting, but it's important that we thank the bargaining teams. This was a lot of work, a lot of stress, passionate members holding to their positions to represent their perspectives and constituents. I'm really proud of both teams and what they did and how they went about doing it, but it was over a year's worth of conversation. And I believe that we solved a lot together, particularly proud about the work we did with the lecturer career paths so that our lecturers can enjoy a rich career with us and that we respect their contributions. So I think that's a foundation that will launch us in the future or build our futures together with them. You know, as for DE, it's still going to be difficult conversations, but we have commitment on both sides to bring proposals forward. And this is something that's been going on maybe as long as a decade. So I'm quite pleased that we're committed to solving the DE.
Yeah, thank you. I would just note, incredibly grateful to the faculty for working with us on the retirement incentive, thinking outside the box. We reached agreement a long time ago on a proposal that would have went into effect next fall for the next academic year, and the flexibility that we jointly agreed to will ideally allow some much needed budget relief at several of our campuses, allow us to take an opportunity to generate some savings in 2023 to mitigate some of the difficult budget news that I shared earlier. So really grateful for that, as well as you know, agreement on the across the board increase going into these budgets and trying to get FFT approval and board approval with this huge piece hanging out there unknown to our budget would have been really, really challenging. So again, incredibly grateful that we were able to come together as quickly as we were.
Okay. So Chair Gardner, I'm happy to field questions. Otherwise, that's our presentation, and we do seek your approval to execute the contract upon ratification.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this? I know we've had lots of meetings over the course of the year, but to discuss it and talk about it. Seeing none and hearing none, I'm going to read the proposed resolution. That is that the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the associated faculties of the University of Maine System, or AMFM, upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Moved by Trustee Riley and seconded by Trustee Eames.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Okay, and for the trustees here, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that resolution carries. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank
That's good work and very important work. Next, we have on the agenda the consent agenda, and Trustee Donnelly is in traveling to tab 15, time of hire. Sorry. Tab 15 is a time of hire of the professor in the College of Engineering, and I'm going to turn that over to President Fernie Mundy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gardner. The University of Maine is requesting that Dr. Young Hao Ni be awarded tenure at the rank of professor in the College of Engineering effective August 1, 2022. Professor Ni comes to us from the University of New Brunswick, where he is a tenured professor, where since 1998 he has directed the UNB Limerick Pulp and Paper Center. He has a PhD in chemical engineering from McGill University, a very distinguished record in publication and grant getting in partnership with the private sector, more than 500 journal and conference papers internationally and nationally.
Yes.
So a very distinguished individual. We're pleased to bring this recommendation.
Yes, he is. He's. I can speak on personal knowledge that in the industry I was in, he was one of the top research and scientists who spoke to us about it. Okay, so I'm going to read the proposed resolution here that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the tenure of the rank of professor in the College of Engineering to Dr. Yangago Ni, with the tenure to be effective August 1st, 2022.
So moved.
Moved by trustee,
Trustee Martin,
Yes?
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly.
yes. And for the trustees here, those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Great, that's very good. He's excellent. Now with the consent agenda, trustee Donnelly's en route to another appointment he had to make, so I've asked trustee Riley for this consent agenda to step in as the vice chair pro tem, and I'm going to turn it over to vice chair pro tem, Riley.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Reflecting on all the work of the committees that has gone before us, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda, including acceptance of the minutes as outlined in meeting materials and the items as forwarded from the March 7th, 2022 Academic and Student Affairs Committee, the March 10th, 2022 Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee. The consent agenda items are tabs 16 through 26 in the meeting materials. Could I have a second?
Seconded over here. Trustee Dalton?
Trustee Martin,
Yes?
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly.
Yes. And the trustees here, those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing no opposition, it passes. Thank you. Now, come to maybe one of the more important parts of the afternoon agenda. We are going to follow up with the discussion we started yesterday with the faculty representatives and the student representatives. And I'm going to ask Associate Vice Chancellor Dorsey, and she's already up there, to come back up, and thank you, and carry us through this session, because we look forward to some more discussion here.
Well, I don't think there was anyone that envied Vice Chancellor Lowe when he was the one standing between everyone and lunch, until I looked down and realized that I was standing between everyone and the end of the public session. So I thought, oh, well, okay. But for those who were not in attendance yesterday, the trustees and the student and faculty representatives to the board had a very robust discussion about student success, the student experience at our universities, and what we might do to create initiatives and face the challenges that those students seem to be having. Certainly have always had, but even more so now that we're coming out of the few years of COVID. So what we did, we talked through a series of 4 questions, and the plan for today was that we would revisit those questions and then include some system leadership and the presidents to join in on the conversation. But as the discussion wrapped up last night or yesterday afternoon, there were three to four. I was able to group them into 3 general themes and questions that the trustees posed as homework for the representatives and other folks to address today. So instead of sort of rehashing the questions that we talked about yesterday, I'm going to move through those 3 questions that we talked about and that I provided again to the group this morning. So the first question, and again, some of these are in the words of the trustees as we were talking, so I've tried to put them in together as a themed question, but in your opinion, what could the BOT do more of to assist you in your efforts with student success and engagement? Or if you could give us one takeaway from these meetings, what would that one takeaway be? So some thoughts about what we could do more of, or sort of a takeaway from the discussions yesterday.
So as any good college student does, we find any loophole in our homework to make us do as little as possible. So afterwards, we all got together as student reps to hash it out for, I would say, a good hour and a half. And so I guess the biggest thing that the Board of Trustees could possibly do to help us as students is, I would say, open a study into the benefits of peer mentoring. At UMF, in our Johnson Scholars, which is a TRIO program for first generation college students, there's a peer mentor program, and that helped get me through my first year. And it's available for past your first year as well. And it's just someone currently in college that's an upperclassman that can help you set your schedule, help you navigate campus, help you find resources on campus, almost the same as an advisor, but someone seen more as your friend. They're not above you, they're not below you, they're going to college for typically the same major as you are. Is that how UMF Johnson Scholars tries to do it? There's not many people in poli-sci or history, so when I started education, I was fine, but after that, they're like, we don't know who to give you. But so maybe a study into an expanded peer mentor program on all the campuses, that therefore first generation students and any student that doesn't truly know what they want has an opportunity to get help from a peer. I also want to throw out the idea of a general studies and a liberal studies majors. UMF offers those, and it's great for people who are in the middle of trying to find what's the actual degree they want to go for, which is what general studies ended up being. And for people that are looking to graduate with any degree at that point, because they truly are all over the place, liberal studies allows them to still graduate with a bachelor's of arts degree and still be able to pursue higher education or work without being tied to a specific major. That was what we had.
I'll pose it more as one of those, a takeaway from the meeting. I think one of the things that, or themes I heard a lot of last night was that individual students have different goals, and those goals aren't always what we think they are. Sometimes it is just coming 1 year to university in preparation for going elsewhere. And us helping the students achieve those goals doesn't always show up in most of the metrics we measure. It doesn't show up in retention first to second year. We may have helped that student do that 1 year and they're prepared for where they're going, but then it looks like we lost them. So a takeaway is be cognizant of that when we're looking at data associated with common retention metrics.
Ned, I feel like Ned is here.
So thank you for the opportunity to share a few more insights. Most importantly, what I'd argue is we should be doing more as a university system to connect students who are most in need to opportunities that are going to serve them well. And the one example I'm going to give here is that a lot of students will struggle in their introductory level courses. And we have a number of smaller campuses throughout the system who have a much better support structures for students in those courses. And so if there's some way we could distribute students who are most in need of those support systems to some of the smaller campuses to get their core courses finished there, that would help them out on any of the campuses system-wide. Thank you.
And please, trustees or presidents, anyone else, if you'd like to join the conversation, please do. I'll move on to the second question. In consideration of the conversation we had around DEI and the discussion that was just noted about the fact that students bring very unique sets of challenges to their university experience, how can we as a system respond to those where they are sometimes so individualized? Or what strategies would you recommend at keeping them engaged in our universities?
So I think in our discussion, our student governments and us here have done a very excellent job at promoting the DEI, having events that accommodate all races and nationalities and everyone who really wants to be part of the school and how we can put it forward to them. I know along with on campus with our residence halls and events through mailing or online, we've really done a great job. And I think that you guys have also done a great job at helping us with everything that you've needed. I guess just the one thing from the board that could help is just staying by our side, I guess backing what we do, because we want the whole system to feel safe and know that we care about them.
So I just completed the campus climate survey. I'm not sure which campuses are doing that. I know UMPI was one. And I just have concerns that DEI is becoming too buzzy. And we say it, and then we've checked that box. And we think, oh yeah, we have a DEI lens on that. Throw the DEI lens on that. And I have to tell you, through journals and other things with students on my campus, it's still a big problem. Slurs are being used on teams, in the dorms, and I just want to make sure we dig in and really do the work of difficult conversations and calling out things, because it's still happening, and it's just become so buzzy that everybody just, even just the acronym of not saying, what does this really mean? Do we have consensus of what that really means? A lot of people think it's just about race, but it's a lot more than that. And I'm just worried it's becoming just kind of a virtue signaling. And so I want us all to be aware of that.
So Lisa, in this, would I add that part of it would be sort of more education and awareness for us, not moving it down to the student level, but for us as the.
Yeah, I think for us, and what does it mean to really gather information of what's happening on campuses?
Okay.
And how we can support that, because I feel like sometimes we just give our service to it.
Okay, thank you. Others?
Yes, I'd like to try to encourage the board to recognize that DEI is not a simple task. It's extremely important, but yet it's hard to really articulate what the board would like to accomplish with DEI. And it would be really nice if the board came out with a real statement of commitment to DEI that would then be filtered down to the different campuses and different units, because a lot of units that I'm aware on the University of Maine campus is engaging in the DEI conversation, but there's not a lot of focus or coordination or outcomes that are expected. And I think that having the board really address this and really commit to it, I think would be of great benefit.
If I can chime in now, over here again. I would also like to again point to UMF, but more specifically, a recent trend among students at our university. UMF, tooting our own horn again, we're one of the best at getting clubs created and getting them created quickly and getting them funded. And so we've had a plethora of clubs that come through our student senate last semester and still coming through to help with DEI, even though we had no idea what DEI is. But now we have Jewish student union, Black student union, queer student union, and now we have more clubs on campus to at least give people a group to be with, but they're also taking a very highly educational approach for people like me who don't really fall into any minority category, so I'm left oblivious to a lot of it. And so the Black Student Union all last month had great events for Black History Month, and they're only looking to expand on it next year when it comes back to Black History Month. And so we have a lot of opportunities from our students that are driven on this issue, that we have a perfect opportunity to listen to that aren't just us student reps. I would highly recommend the board to look into at least meeting with the executive boards of them, either through us as student reps and student senators or elsewhere. And I will certainly encourage them to come to public comment sections for the board to listen to, because they're such a wealth of knowledge and they're all very driven for what their goals are.
Any others? I do know that the system has definitely, at least in the last year and a half that I've been at the system level, their focus on DEI has increased. And they do have a group that are working specifically in those areas and beginning to address and go to the different campuses and work through. But this is good feedback to give them. The two folks that I work with the most, unfortunately, aren't able to be here at the meeting today, but I will make sure that they get this feedback. But I also found it interesting that I attended NECHI, our accreditors annual meeting a few months ago, and a couple of the sessions related specifically to DEI and some of those efforts. And one of them was really in the weeds of the syllabus. And it was quite eye-opening because we think, and this maybe speaks a little bit to what Lisa was saying, we think that we've done a good job at looking at our course syllabus and trying to include everyone in what it is that we do in the classroom. But there's certainly a lens by which I might not be looking at it the correct way. So they have a rubric that they're trying to create to help people try to go through that process and be sure that it is more inclusive than it perhaps was in the past. So it's all good timing with those efforts that are coming around.
I guess another thing I would ask for the board is to back up faculty when we start talking about these things in the classroom. We know that there are groups in our country that see the word race on a syllabus as you're teaching CRT. These groups don't know what CRT is. We had an interesting discussion at our table last night of what it is. But I know there's been a FOIA request for USM for all syllabi that say race in it. So there are groups trying to infringe on academic freedom. And I think in the classroom is some of the ways that we can educate people about some of these issues. And there are people that don't want us to do that.
Any other comments before we move on to the next? So the third, as a board, what can we provide you to assist in being able to meet the students where they are? And that conversation was in part just about the fact that, again, everyone is so unique in what it is that they might be going through at that time. But it ended with I think it was Trustee Donnelly saying, what do you need to have to be prepared should you get the phone call from the student who's in crisis? That's a whole different level of support. So what is it as a board that we could provide you to assist in that level of work?
So I'm going to jump in there on that one. I feel that there's been a transformation in terms of the character of our students, and it might just have been induced by kind of COVID. But we have, certainly on my campus, we have significantly more students who are struggling with mental health issues and with stress. And part of it's with what's happening in the world, what has been happening. Unfortunately, like campuses have to build their own budgets. And so when they look at something like mental health, it's budgeted for incrementally, but the shift has been significant. And so when students have to wait 2 weeks for like a follow-up meeting, that they have a crisis like on the moment, they have somebody available. But if they have to wait 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month to see a counselor, that time period is time that they could fall out of our system and just go home because they just can't cope. So maybe it's through peer support, or maybe it's through system resources that get allocated to the campuses that can help them kind of shift their budgets to kind of accommodate these changing times.
So following up on Clyde, especially about the peer relationship, I feel like the most important thing that if a student is coming to a faculty or a friend is that aspect of trust. They're coming to you with that emotion or something that's going on with their life, and they want you to understand, and they feel like they can connect the most with you. So knowing that there are certain paths that we have to follow when it comes to the safety of students, there's sometimes where you just need to be truthful with them and let them know what you think is the right thing without having to bring up someone higher, and tell them that you think they could, in theory, go see someone higher that will help them better, but that relationship of them coming to you is going to be a lot stronger than you recommending a professional. I've known from experiences of students coming to me, asking me for help and all this stuff at 1 o'clock in the morning, similar to how the question was asked about that crisis call. There's times where I was told, don't take a position as the RA at my school because I will not have that connection with the other students. They'll be less open, and they won't want to tell you stuff because they know you're going to tell it to someone higher up. So having that peer relationship really does promote trust, and getting to really know someone really help them a lot more.
If I could build on that specifically around issues of victimization on domestic violence or sexual traumatization or harassment, because as staff, whether it's an RA or a faculty member, we are mandated reporters under Title IX, and that can be very difficult because sometimes a student will come to me and I have to say, I think I know what you're going to talk to me about, and I have to let you know that I have to share this. I'm mandated to share it, even if it's something that's happened in the past and it didn't happen on campus. So, the idea of having external supports listed on your syllabi or having local DVRCs, Domestic Violence Resource Center, or sexual assault advocates having office time on campuses, and they are not mandated reporters because of the nature of their role, I think is important because they don't necessarily want it to go up the chain if they just want to talk to somebody. But we have to as mandated reporters. And I personally find that very difficult because I'm also a volunteer with our Domestic Violence Resource Center on their hotline, and it goes against what I believe of what should be done as far as having an open conversation, although I understand why Title IX is there because people weren't telling anyone what was happening. But that idea of, I don't want to tell the RA because he's going to have to tell, some staff member. So lots of opportunities, whether it's peers or outside advocates that can have office hours or outreach that do not have that mandated reporting requirement.
I do know that a lot of the research, certainly in the last 4 to 5 years, has listed peer support, peer mentoring, those peer relationship that does build up to the more formal structure as one of the top 3 areas that is most effective in building that engagement and support for students. So very good suggestions. Anything else? We have just a couple of minutes left. So other folks, the trustees or presidents, system staff, anyone that would like to?
Yes, thank you. When you're talking about peer mentors, I think that's a fabulous idea. Are you trained? Do you have any sort of training, or is it?
I'm loud enough.
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't like that.
At UMF, through the Johnson Scholars Trio program, all peer mentors get some level of training. It's like a weekend right at the beginning of each semester. I'm not sure about if they're mandated reporters or not though, but they do get training that at least help them and continuous checkups with Johnson Scholars advisors. So it's not like they're the only ones that have the answers. They have someone higher up that they can always ask for help for.
Thank you.
But that is a good place to start with the recommendations that we can make, that the peer mentor process becomes more.
I was also going to add, it's been a long time, but I was in Res Life when I was an undergraduate for 3 of the 4 years, and then I was a sorority house advisor for a year. And in that time, I dealt directly with students with depression, suicide attempts, academic failure, sexual assault. There wasn't an area I had been trained in that I did not face over the course of those 3 years as an RA and then the 4th year in Greek life. It gives me anxiety to think about asking students and faculty without training, proper training, to face that, right? Especially as it's well documented in the press, in news stories, and in all of our individual and collective lives, the amount of anxiety that has increased, I think exponentially over the last couple of years and has intensified in relationships, in behind closed doors, in classrooms, in communities. And I think this is so important. I just think we have to make sure we are giving it the research. If we're gonna do this, we have to do it right. Because it can be very empowering to know how to take that call when someone says they're gonna harm themselves or that they've been sexually assaulted. It can also be paralyzing if you don't know who you should call, even if you're not a mandated reporter, right? It can be paralyzing if you don't know the right number to call, where the counseling center is, who you can go to. And so I think this is going to be a huge next mountain to climb, not just for higher ed in Maine and across the country, but also K through 12. I mean, I think I don't have kids in high school, but I have friends with kids in high school, and you talk to them and it's like a different world than it was 2 years ago, literally, in the way of mental health and the vocabulary that young people have that you wish they didn't have to have, you know? And I think that's something that we're gonna have to wrestle with from a financial perspective and budget prioritization in training. And it really is a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask students. It's a lot to ask faculty who already have a lot. It's a lot to ask, you know, a lot of times it's the front desk, it's the person who sits at the front desk in the academic office who knows everybody's name that gets the information. And so I think it's really about us valuing the role that everybody in the community plays, because you just never know who the student or faculty member or staff member who needs help is going to turn to at that particular moment. I was grateful here on this campus to have the training and vocabulary to know how to connect people to services that they needed. It's a skill I still use now, 20 years later, but it's so imperative that we get that training in place.
So following up on this, I'm just curious if the board or the system has done an analysis on the adequacy of our counseling efforts. Because I do think that often, and I think one of the students mentioned that, or somebody mentioned that sometimes you get into a counseling session, but then you have 2 to 3 weeks before you get to another one. And that's just way too long. And the question is there adequate resources? Are we resourcing this area? Because again, it's really critical that we support the students.
I agree with, I'm terrible with names, the gentleman on the end. And the first thing he said is following up. And that to me is one of my biggest instincts to do when someone comes to me, because a lot of times someone will say they're depressed or all this stuff, and then they'll feel better that day or that night, and you don't talk to them for a couple of weeks. I think similar to how you have to wait 3 or 4 more weeks for another appointment with your peer or a friend or a teacher who you could see every day is definitely would be crucial to making sure that that student can get out of that hole that they're in.
Well, I want to thank you all. I appreciate your engagement over the last 2 days. I also, I would like to thank Chair Gardner.
I just wanted to
Yes,
say.
go ahead. Sorry, Chancellor.
I'm so used to looking to you as the boss. I didn't want to interrupt, so I apologize to have disrupted. I think this peer discussion is extremely important, and with respect to the question of are we accounting for sufficient guidance? There is all kinds of work underway across the country on different modalities of delivery of mental health assistance. But I want to join the conversation that would add that peer mentoring with appropriate training is highly effective, and quite frankly, more common elsewhere than it is in Maine. And as well as community partnerships. My wife, for 11 years, headed a sexual assault crisis and education center that served much of Fairfield County. And the degree to which that agency, for instance, would go into schools for training purposes and to other organizations in the community for training purposes was really quite significant. Maine's got a population distribution that's very different than most of the rest of New England, and it makes it more difficult. But one of the first things I said when I got here is, are we sufficiently arming our potential volunteers with the training and knowledge that they need, and quite frankly, the partnerships that they need to be effective? I was overjoyed when I heard the peer concept brought up, and I think that we need to spend more time in making sure that we're doing everything we can to maximize the availability of making homegrown talent and homegrown trained talent available on a broader basis, because the reality is we are a constrained system, and we are, as Ryan's fiscal report indicated, or as recent contract negotiations and settlements have indicated are necessary. So I think we'll spend some time in furthering and perhaps further study. Perhaps Rosa could be of assistance in this regard as well, about whether we could how hard it would be to step up those efforts to reach a good target with respect to the availability of peer mentoring, trained peer mentoring on a per student basis.
Carolyn, on the topic of a statement from the board in terms of DEI, 1 year ago at this meeting, we actually had a motion and approved a reinvigoration of the DEI system-wide committee. I know it's got up and got going, and maybe it's time we could maybe do it at the next board meeting if we can fit into the agenda, to have a readout from that committee as to how things are going and what progress and what opportunities or issues that they've uncovered that the board should be aware of. And I would say that to the point of a DEI statement, I think that is a very valuable thing to have. And I wouldn't mind putting before the board a statement on DEI that the board would wrestle with and get comfortable with and sanction as a statement for the system on DEI, if that's something the committee would like the board to do. But it needs to be from the committee to the board. This is what we would like the board to consider as a overall statement of DEI for our system.
And I do believe that Rosa and the DEI group were scheduled to be part of the previous ASA and this BOT meeting. We've moved them to the next, not with this in mind. This just happened. So I believe they are already on the schedule to be part of that. So with an update, but I'll fill them in on everything that's happened in the last few days, and they can incorporate that into their update. So again, I wanted to thank you all. I know that that you were very engaged, and I appreciate all the different personal experiences that you offered and the experiences of your colleagues and friends. We have heard you. I definitely have taken a lot of notes. We talked about it again last night in different groups, that the information that you've given us has been very valuable. And certainly we will use it to strengthen what it is that we're doing to support our students, and also to help them be successful in whatever their academic journey is or whatever they would like it to be. And that we will use the information to move some initiatives forward. It won't just be conversation for conversation's sake, that we will take these thoughts and go on to the DEI committee and look at what we're currently doing and what we can strengthen. So I can assure you that will continue. And I wanted to thank Chair Gardner for initiating these conversations, and we will keep them going with you at future times.
Yes, thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very good to have this discussion, and we will do something similar to this at every board meeting that we can fit it in, and I'm sure we can fit it in because it's very important to do. I'm glad where the topics that came up were very pertinent and very much a topic of the day, and it's good to have this discussion. So thank you. Thank you very much. We have one more item on our agenda. And that is the date of our next meeting, which will be May 22nd and 23rd at University of Southern Maine. So that's where our next meeting will be. And I think, Ellen, we're going to go into an executive session. So do I just call for that? Call for a motion? Okay. So we're going to go into an executive session at this point. I want to, before I call for that motion, I want to thank everybody who was here for the public session and all the contributions and discussions that we've had. It's much, it adds a lot to our meetings and gives us the background and the information that we need to make the decisions that we have to make. And it was great to do it in person. So thank you for coming down or coming up to here to do that. And with that, I'm going to call for a motion for the Board of Trustees meeting to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA Section 405 6-A to discuss the evaluation of personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, employment, and duties. And 1 MRSA Section 405 6-C to discuss the condition, position, and disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of the U.S. main system. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Riley and seconded by Trustee Eames. Ellen?
Trustee Martin,
Yes?
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
trustee Donley.
Yes.
The motion is carried. Executive session will be in room 3. So those joining by phone will have to redial into the executive session number.
In that session.
Yeah, the first one topic in that session will be strategic planning. And this trustees, it's a full group, actually, a full group right here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The mentors.